Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Alrighty, good morning. It is good to be here. I think I'm mostly here. There I am. I'm even in the courtroom. That's good. I almost went live. With the wrong background, which would be a little bit of a spoiler for later tonight. But it didn't happen. I caught it right at the last minute. So we're back in court today. Happy Friday to you. It is Friday all day long. Excited to be here. Hope you guys are ready for the weekend. But first, we have one more incredible day of court in South Carolina. It's going to be absolutely incredible. I love it. It better be incredible, or else the state might as well just surrender and drop the charges. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Yes, I am a little bit early, but we've got a lot of things to go over a little bit before court starts, and I didn't want to miss a moment of it. First thing that's crucial, absolutely crucial to talk about this morning is the fact that Myra, repeat offender, glutton for punishment, victor and victim, yet once again, has won the internet. Congratulations, Myra. You did a fabulous job. Consider yourself redeemed, honestly. I can't even remember the time you took down the internet in my entire neighborhood under your watch. The nightmare is not even faintly in my recollection. So congratulations. You've won once again this morning. The best thing about this is I don't have to pay for shipping. You already have it since you had it from last night. So just go ahead and keep it for this morning. Congratulations on that. You are super quick. I imagine your refresh button is glad that I started a little early. So wonderful to have you here, Myra. Thank you so much. It's great. Let's see. I missed a few people. Chat's been a little bit active this morning. I'll do a quick roll call and try to catch up. I'm going to try not to read your comments, but I get distracted. It's that squirrel moment that happens. I see something that's like, hey, that's interesting, and I read it. So I get interrupted from roll call. The sounds are on, so I'll let you play with those while we get ready for court. Which there it is. Okay, got a live stream set up. We're ready to go. Really, we have everything ready. Something's got to go wrong here because everything is working already. 6-Volt Bus, good morning to you. JR as well. Jimbo, Golden Mom, DMB Secondist, good morning a little bit. Tony Fortune, Myra, we got you. There's a squirrel moment. Red Pen as well. Where do I find the podcast? The podcast is, I already got distracted. I'm like 6 names in.
Are we going to address subject
and I lost it. Okay, but I have to answer this question. Red Pen, this is a great question. The podcast is going to be right here on this channel. As a matter of fact, when we finish the afternoon session
I'm not a camel.
of the show, I'm going to go ahead and put a placeholder up, which will open chat for the podcast, which doesn't start till 9 p.m. Eastern time.
Alex stole it as
so we're going to put that up, and you guys can join or click the notify button when I start. That's a good way to do it. So that should give everyone plenty of time to catch it and be there and watch it. Either go down in flames or rise in epic glory. One of the two will happen. I'm not sure which. Hoping it's the second. Let's see. So 6-Volt Bus, gotcha. Golden Mom, Red Pen, not today is here. Happy Timeline Day. I'm sure hoping it better be Timeline Day. It better be Timeline Day. Laura is here as well. A little bit. Rev Minister, good morning to you. Jimbo, back to sleep. He just came to win. He just came to win, and you did a much better job, Jimbo. You were so close. I think you were within 2 minutes. Or no, you were within 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh my goodness, you are so close. It's coming, Jimbo. I can feel the internet ownership is in your future. Tracy Anzar is here. Shells. Let's see. Jeannie Bailey, good morning. A little bit. Shells, gotcha. Lara with the tinfoil hats today. Tony Fortune, Ritz. It's Friday all day long. I'm super excited. For multiple reasons, but podcast right now is what's got me super just jazzed. Linda Hill, Tony Fortune, we got you. Minsky got you. Let's see. Sometimes alias, I'm not a kangaroo. We'll need a sound effect for that. Is there a recording somewhere of that? 6-volt bus. Let's see, you guys were talking quite a bit. My dog Murray is here. Good morning. The Dutch girl. Have a nice one, y'all. It's going to be a good day. I think this will be great.
Alex stole it.
Alex stole the kangaroo soundbite. A sea monkey. Good morning to you. Good to have you here. I love the little emoji picture. The sea monkey. Did you ever have sea monkeys growing up? You know, in the back of the catalog, where you could pay like $3.95, and they would ship you the sea monkeys, and you just add water. I think they were just like brine shrimp. It's like a pest in some parts of the world, but very small little pet that eventually I'll die. They do. The sea monkeys they're hard to keep alive. Miss Priss, a little bit. Sharon McDonald, good morning to you. Let's see. Tony Fortune, DSN, good morning. I will tell you, DSN, for some reason your name reminded me of this. This morning I was out on the front deck in shorts and a t-shirt because it is a beautiful 70 degrees right now in eastern North Carolina. I don't know what y'all are dealing with, but it is beautiful out there this morning. So I'm out here watching, and a big, huge utility truck rolls up, and it says Metronet on the side. I'm like, this is my day. This is my day. Everything is like perfect. And it pulls up. He's looking at my house. And he pulls up. He pulls around the corner, and he's looking at a chart, looking at his house, sort of nods, puts the chart away, and drives off. And he's gone. He was supposed to mark the ground for any existing Metronet lines because we have a little digging project going on outside. And he's like, oh, none here. And he's gone. Metronet is the fiber that I'm going to be getting here in hopefully less than 2 months. I don't know why your name... probably your name is closer to DSL, which is why it reminds me to DSN. DSN reminded me of DSL, which reminded me of fiber. That's the thought process, in case you didn't want to know, which I told you anyway. Denise is here as well. Good to have you, Denise. Canes fan. Let's see. Miss Priss. I'm going to have to go to Discord. I think Discord's probably the best place to share that story, but I look forward to reading it over there about finding a new bestie, and I won't believe it if I told you. I'll believe it, Miss Priss. You've been pretty honest with me up front, so you're a credible witness. Tony Fortune. Let's see, Adam Nusky is here, and he lost again. The fist of rage there, Adam. I see what you're doing. Donna Thompson. Let's see, Suzanne. Good morning. 1 degree Celsius here in Nova Scotia. Suzanne, sorry I bragged about the 70 degrees Fahrenheit here in eastern North Carolina, but you can't take it. It's mine today. I need this warm weather. Hopefully spring will come soon. I have daffodils growing in my yard, blossoming. The what is it? Those bushes with the big red blossoms. For some reason, the name escaped me. They have big, huge rose-like blossoms, but it's a very leafy bush. Anyway, those are blooming across the street. Those ones bloom on a different schedule. But things are flowering. Spring has sprung, the grass is riz. I wonder where the flowers is. Tina P, good morning. Red Pen, got you already. Samantha Terry, good morning. It is Friday. Melissa, let's see. T-Rocks, good morning. Dropping off some coffee and donuts. Help yourselves. Be back shortly. We'll hold your seat, T-Rocks. 6-foot bus, JR is here. 27 in El Paso. We had a little wind last night. Sort of rattled the windows, but it sure left us with some great weather this morning. Let's see. Amber's here. Vixen, good morning to you. Misty Farley as well. Ven, whoa, on time. We started early and she's on time. Great to see you here, Ven. It's 45. What's my prize? The likes are going up like crazy this morning. Thank you so much.
Alex stole it.
Suzanne, Cans fan, Laura, Suzanne. Laura Jimenez, good morning, all you to me and all you fellow addicts. Victoria S. as well. Happy Friday. Let's see, Red Pen. Weather Watch is here. That's important. Weather Watch has to be healthy and present all day because I need him here this evening. He's going to carry me on this show. Dilly Pickles. Let's see. Sometimes Alias. Cakespoo, I sent you a text this morning if you're on there. Cakespoo had asked about the song that we play, the one that has the little fiddle, the sort of country time song. And I found the name on YouTube, which is different than what like the cat scratch, whatever we call it here. It's a different name, completely different name. But if you need that, I can give that to you again. Bite Me, good morning on this fabulous Friday. I see you there, Bite Me. Welcome. Dilly Pickles, I think we got you. JM, I see you as well. CG in Texas, good morning. Samantha Terry, Adam Nusky. I'm trying to go faster here. I want to catch up so we can get talking about some fun stuff here. Roll call is important. It is important. I don't want to skip it. But Linda Hill, Marilyn. Good morning, Marilyn. I love the pickles this morning. Still don't have any in my fridge, which is a bit of a sore spot for me. Good morning, JM, as well. Wallflower, digging out of 8 inches of snow and drifts, 4 degrees here in Iowa. Wow. It's funny how just a few hundred miles and everything changes. Let's see. T-Rocks, Red Pen, Melissa, Suzanne, Myra, Ritz, Miss Chris. Abby UK, good morning, Abby. Good to have you as well. Sometimes, Alias, I need a green Sharpie. I look so pale. Sharon McDonald. Horse Sheet and Bananas is here. Jiggly Jewels. Tracy Anzar. Carolina Girl, good morning to you. K-Frame, also known as Christy. Welcome. Melissa. Richard deleted his message, but I know you're here, Richard, on a globe. Rhonda. Marybeth Robinson, good morning. I am a little early, Vixen. Jen as well. Carly,
Have
196.
a super day. Love watching from Ohio, Snowman.
I didn't see where that went. Where did it go? Why did it not pop up on my screen? I heard it, but I can't see it. Let's see. Maybe if I scroll down far enough. I'm almost there. Norma, got you here this morning. Lee as well. Let's see. Last Poet, happy Friday to you. Huggy. Is it Huggy? Good morning, sir. Good to see you here. Suzanne. Yay, No Pants Friday. It is No Pants Friday. Donna. Our family of... Oh, there it is. There's the super chat. It just popped up. Jay Gons, have a super day. Love watching from Ohio. Thank you very much for the generous super chat, Jay. It's going to be a fabulous day. I'm glad you can check in from Ohio. Hopefully you stay warm. I'll send you a little bit of warm air if you need some. We've got a little spare this morning happening. My chat just jumped. Did I miss everything? Holy cow. It put me all the way back to the top. It's like I haven't even started yet. The names just go and go and go. Tony, My Dog Murray, Melissa, Emmy Boo from the UK. Good morning. Love being part of RA. Love to have you here. Would not be the same without you, Emmy. Thank you. Ready Freddy GG as well. Let's see. Golden Girl. Last Poet. Is there anyone I missed? Cakes Boo, there you are. Hopefully you got the text. If you need that again, let me know for the song. Mary Beth Robinson. DMB Secondus. Chandra. I think I got all these. Maisla. Got you. I am Ami 008, KH in South Carolina, representing the state that we're going to be visiting today in trial. Rachel Wood is here. Good morning, friends in public jury. For some reason, I thought we didn't have court today and Monday. Unfortunately, you have to stick with us today. You do have Monday off, though, Rachel. I'll give you that. Danessa, welcome as well. TW is here with Alex Stollett. Broadway Garden, good morning, everyone. Wishing you all the best. I'll be planning my something. Fill in blank. Wrong answers only. What is Broadway Garden planning this morning? Tammy Burgess here, Carolina. Rowdy as well. Let's see. Who did I miss? Jagons, I got you from Ohio. We have chronic sea monkeys. They dry out and then we bring them back to life every so often. Dilly Pickles. I never got to order. We'll have to send everyone free sea monkeys. I mean, I think they're like almost microscopic.
Alex Stollett as well.
Christine Hathaway Coley is here. Let's see, Abby Toxic Orchid. Good morning, Toxic. Denise, we got you earlier. Key N. Good morning to you. Linda Hill. Rosie from Tucson gets a pickle alert because she sent it. Jessica is here as well. KC, thumbs up. Wallflower. Sarah, heavy rain in Philadelphia. Oh, man. We'll have to stay inside and watch the trial. T-Rocks, Golden Mom, I'm back. Holly Henderson, Natural Empress. Okay, Tag. Good morning, peeps. Still not there. Tag, I owe you this one. It's going to happen. I just don't know when. Jen Trell. Good morning.
Just subject matter jurisdiction.
We have Starlink internet for RV because it was able. I've heard that Starlink actually, just news, random news for you. Nobody asked, nobody cares, but I'll give it to you anyway. Starlink has just opened up their service for people who live on boats, and anywhere they go worldwide, you can now use their service. And this is a game changer for people, especially for those travel vloggers who live on a boat and travel around. We love it, and they only update when they can get a signal when they're in port and stuff like that. It's going to be a whole new world for them where they can live stream all over the place. Let's see. Broadway Garden, Starlink RV is great and shipped out really fast. I almost went with Starlink, but I need a little more upload speed than they could give me. I need that gigabit. Love, Scott. You're such a decent, lovely guy with a personality. You are loved. Thank you, Cakes Boo. Appreciate it. And thanks for reaching out to me about the song. Eileen, I got you as well. Samantha Terry gives out tons of Twix bars this morning. Rachel Wood, good morning. Casey, Eileen, no tulips yet. I just have daffodils. When you get a moment, check the burner phone. I have a moment right now. Let me take a quick peek, see what's up. Okay, the burner phone might need an upgrade. It's a little laggy. Okay, this is from Holly. Hey, new mug. Doesn't get any better than that. And you got the pink one. Glad it delivered and it looks safe and sound. Thank you, Holly, for the order for the mug. I am rocking the blue mug again. It's empty. It's empty. But I am going to fill it up here in a minute. So if anyone needs to lower their volume for the ASMR moment, you can do that. First cannibal in the room today. I win the internet, says Ed. Yuck, Ed, yuck. KH is here, 6-volt bus. Lena Ray, good morning to you. Casey, all of my azaleas are blooming right now in North Florida. I cannot wait for the azalea bloom. It's quick. I mean, it always seems like it ends too soon. But we have so many azaleas in this town that they just explode with color. And you never knew there was a bush there, and like one time out of the year, 1 week out of the year, it's just like amazing. I'll have to take some pictures this year. Need to be Glamping is here. Good to have you as well. Will Prosecution rest today? They better. They were supposed to yesterday. Queen Olive, Professor Phil Bell, hello, welcome. Melina Munford, First Lady A is here. G. Smith, good afternoon from England. What part of England, G. Smith? Good to have you here. Maggie Carr. Okay. This is taking a long time. Oh, KQD is finally here. Glad you could make it. 18.1. I think actually you were on time. I'm just like 10 minutes late. 18.1 Fahrenheit in my front yard. It looks like it will be an overcast day, but it's not light enough to be sure yet. Okay, Micah Ruddle. Diane McPhee, good morning. Good to have you here as well. Rihanna, Marla, JM. It's Marissa. Lindsay Len, I see you. I think I missed you earlier. Dallas-born, Boston bred. Hello. Biscuit, good morning, Biscuit. CG in Texas. Arkansas Magnet Fisher, good morning. Dre, good morning. Somebody yesterday posted that they just ordered a MindLab 800 metal detector. Who was that? I'm curious what part of the country you're in. I thought I was going to get to the bottom, and it just updated. As well. Okay, so Kevin's here. Good morning from Nova Scotia. Good morning, Kevin. My wrench is here as well. I have a problem seeing, so now I need front row. Well, thank you, my wrench. Thanks for being on the front row. Pam Jams as well. Hannah, KC, Kathy, Marsh, 13. Lynn Hoke. I think Mary Murphy, Army Mom, I think I got most of you. I do apologize. My computer skips. Have you ever put up a poll? Says Hugly. At this point, guilty or not guilty, as we're in day 18. Huggy, here's what we're going to do. I've resisted the polls. We did some polls early on, or like before everything started, just what's your impression. At the finish, when the state rests, I'll put up a poll because I want to see if you think, if as a member of the jury who's listened to the state's argument, if you think they've proved their point. If they have convinced you that he is guilty. Obviously, the defense has not started yet, so I'd like to reserve the right to put up the poll after we get all the evidence, but it'll be fun to see where we are after the defense rests or the prosecution arrests. Too many photos on a burner phone. It's lagging a little bit. I might have to archive some of them. Okay, Mary Murphy. Did you get a chance to read my message on the burner phone yesterday? I think so, Mary. My memory is short. Let me see what it was about. I don't know, Mary. Text me again. I think I did. And I apologize if I didn't respond. I try to respond to almost everything. If you text me again, I just knocked my cup over like this and caught it. There's no water in it, so we're safe. On a globe, I was cheated as a kid. I got sea monkey eggs, but there was no underwater kingdom nor a king sea monkey with a trident as advertised. That's false advertising. On a globe, I think you have a claim. Where's a lawyer when you need one? Okay, I think we're about good with my mind boggles. Welcome, good to have you here. Let's see, Hannah G. Smith, T. Rocks H. Frame. Good morning. I'll be your sea monkey. All right, Bella. Thanks for saving the cricket. So sweet. Yes, I did post a short yesterday. You guys, it's the first short I've posted on YouTube in just about forever. But I did release the cricket out into the wild, and it will live another day. But if it comes into the house again, I can't guarantee that it will get my protection if my kids find it first. Jan Wood is here. Stephen Davey as well. Allie B, good morning from Boston. Let's see. I think that's most of us. Ginger Meadows. If I missed you, I apologize. Lainey. There's no one I intentionally missed. I can tell you that. Suzanne just came in with 5 gifted memberships. Stephen Davey, my mind boggles. Bradley McKay, excuse me. Shutterbug and Linda Denton. You all were gifted memberships, courtesy of Suzanne. You can now take your seat on the front row using the > seat command. And you'll get the front row seat for this final day of the prosecutions. Just a train wreck or a show, depending on how you view it. Do you think we get a timeline today or in closing? We better. I think it's going to be today. They've said, we heard Creighton say...
Alex stole it as well.
Unless Alex stole it. I've heard Creighton say that they have a timeline witness. And that just means one thing to me. So hopefully that happens. Shutterbug is here. Welcome, Linda Denton. Late. You know the drill. Thank you very much. Let's see. Who all do you think the defense will call? I don't know. I don't know who they're going to use for a timeline witness, but they have to be very clear and easy to follow and not talk forever. I went through several different timelines. I went through Amber's. I went through some that I found online yesterday. I think I'm leaning towards a conviction now, personally. It's purely circumstantial, but that's it. Jim Bob's here. He's going to stand. Let's see. Sea Monkey's on the back row. I can't see. I'm sorry, Sea Monkey. Down in front. Minsky, need to give jurors Brenda's timeline. It's amazing. Let's see.
Alex stole it.
My mind boggles. Misty Farley, T-Rocks. I think we're caught up. I think I've got everybody. I do apologize if I missed anyone. If I missed you, consider yourself welcomed and marked present. Veronica Reyes, I'm looking at you. Okay. Okay, here we go. Yes, we're good. Okay, here's what we have in court. We have the largest line ever outside court of people waiting to get in. This is a big day, and everybody local knows it. We've got a lot of people visiting who are showing up, wanting this timeline. I believe they probably all have notepads to take notes. Coop, good morning to you. Not a drama llama. Good morning as well. Hannah, if I missed you, you can raise your hands. But,
there's a lawsuit.
But first, if you came in late and didn't hear me get you, Thal, there you are. Then you have to rewind and watch the whole thing fast and make sure I missed you before you put your hand up. Who believes Buster knows more? I think Buster knows a lot more than he shows. We're looking for the food trucks now. Not seeing them yet. No food trucks quite yet. Maybe Buster's car is arriving. Or is that the family from way over there? Holy cow, they make him walk like a quarter mile? Buster is busted. Army Mom says, I do. Blue Inch Mafia says, Buster knows a lot. Susan Blankenship, good to have you here. Welcome. Okay, I think, yes, this. If you have not, if you are in gray, if your name is in gray, and you would like the opportunity, the chance, perchance to have your name turned to green, courtesy of someone else's generous donation. If you type !gifts in chat like Suzanne did, and then click on this link, and it might have to be on a computer to do that. Oh, I see Buster's red hair. It's like shining in the morning sun. So they're approaching. If you click on that link and turn the switch to active, which I think means that the switch should be blue, it will enable you to receive gifts on this channel. That makes you eligible to receive any donated memberships. And then if a donated membership comes in, you have a chance of winning. If you don't have that turned on, you have a 100% chance of losing. And no one wants to be that person. No one wants to be that person. Kevin says, I think the runner is the linchpin. Yeah, Kevin, he's my sketch. He's my dark horse. Like if this falls through and Alex is found not guilty, maybe run his phones a little bit. And what's his car? What was his car doing? I'm just curious. Inquiring minds want to know. Double A Shiza Gifts, welcome. Good to have you here. Let's see. Carolina Gar, they interviewed the housekeeper's lawyer on Court TV. He was explaining how Alec could murder and have no remorse. So excited. Greek festival starts today. The food. Oh, the food. What's the food? I think it's Greek. And it's like I think it's a sort of kebab type. I don't know. You go to the store, the Greek food store, which I don't know what the name is, and you use. They have that, like, it looks like an elephant leg turning on a spit, and I think it's lamb or something. But they carve off little bits of it with a really, really sharp knife, and they put it in some thing, and it's like a pita pocket thing that's just heaven, and it's delicious. Amber says, I posted 2 videos of an interview with Russell Lafayette on the Discord. I was interested to see him and get a read on his body language. Thal says, watched a lot of other streams covering this last night, and the consensus agrees with us. The prosecution hasn't really nailed down guilty. Thal, I think Buster's too good to wait in line. Look at that. He's like, he just goes right in. 500 people standing in line. They've been there since 5 o'clock this morning, and Buster doesn't even bat an eye walking in front of him. Just kidding. He's got a pass. Don't at him. Thal, I think a timeline may, because I agree that there's no evidence that says Alex did it, right? And they're gonna have to, if there's a conviction, they're gonna have to find it based on circumstance. And I think if the timeline is presented in a way where it's clear and proven, and I think it can be proven that Alec was right there when it happened, and that no one else could have been there when it happened, or that no one else was there when it happened, and everything else, I just think it can be brought together. Suzanne, did you just gifted another 5 memberships? Another 5. Let's see. Blue Wrench Mafia was gifted 1. Coop as well. Ali B. Sea Monkey, you can see now. Move up to the front row. And Kevin as well. Congratulations, all of you, for winning memberships. And thank you, Suzanne, for 2 batches of 5 gifted memberships. Happy Friday, and thank you so much for your generous donation. Let's see. Swoop. Let's see. Thank you. This is Blue Ranch Mafia. Gyro, pronounced euro. A euro. Is that what it's called? My mind boggles. Hits the 1 month mark. Thank you very much for renewing your membership there. Thank you, Suzanne, for the gifted membership. Happy Friday, everyone. Love the new color next to your my mind boggles. That aqua looks great, and you got a cat next to it. That looks great. Thank you so much. Okay, the court is going to resume here soon. I've got one more feed to get. You know what I need? I need some water. Here's your warning. Let me get my water out. I even boosted the audio for you guys. I was that considerate. Ed says, did the state rest? No, they have not. I think they've got one more witness. At least one more witness to call. Today, Tim, you know what made today a good day? I'm going to move this water mug before I cause an accident. I mean, I caused an accident here. I probably caused accidents other places. Do you know what made today a good day? This morning I woke up and I found my missing earbud that's been missing for like 4 months.
There's a lawsuit.
And it was just sitting there on the floor. And I cleaned my room. And my wife makes sure I clean my room. She does not like a cluttered house. So I don't know how it got there. But I now have both earbuds, and it's been missing for like 6 months. I don't know where it came from, but the earbud fairy returned my earbud last night.
Alex stole
the day
it.
started off. Alex stole it. Bingo. Perfect timing. Well, there's 2 schools, says Thal. One is, like you said, nobody else could have done it. But there's another school that says that's not the question. The question is, did Alex do it? There's a lot. Here's the thing, Thal. Alex has presented an alibi, which is an active defense. It's an alibi is something he has to prove. He has to prove his alibi. Normally, the state has the entire burden of proof, but with an alibi, you have to say, this is what happened, this is why it couldn't have been me. He's presented that alibi, and there are things he has to prove, and unfortunately, in that alibi, it differs from the facts that we know. He says he was never at the kennels, and we know that he was.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
He's lied about the timelines. He's got if you put all the pieces together, and there's a fantastic, huge timeline that combines everything out there. Let me see who did that one over on Twitter. Brandy's, I think, is probably the Churchwell chart is a good one that has just a ton of data, and you'll be scrolling for hours, but it's sort of puts everything together, and it can't be a chart. It's an Excel spreadsheet, okay? But it breaks it down with explanations down the side that is worth looking at for those that would like to take a look at that. But really, it just puts everything together, and it proves that he was like right there at that time, and he's lying about it. And so I think we can take that, the circumstantial evidence and the fact that he's lying, to count it as something. I don't think you need a video of somebody shooting someone to convict them of murder. I don't think you need an eyewitness to say that person committed the crime. I believe we can infer that from enough evidence that says this is what happened, and I think we're to that point. But I want to see it in the timeline. I want a little bit more detail. There are still some gaps that I don't like. I'm now good with the timeline of the deaths. I think the cell phone data and the habits and the history we have of the 2 users, Maggie and Paul, of how they use their cell phones and how the movement stopped and when they started again, I think that is as clear as a bell. I think that tells us exactly when they died. And because of that, I think it puts Alex at the scene. Let's see. Still doesn't mean he'll get convicted, though. Katerina says, sitting in the interrogation room, all he said was, am I a suspect? When he should have said, if he was innocent, I'm innocent. You have to find the killer. I'm worried for Buster. I have a hard time faulting him for not acting like an innocent person. I'm looking more for when he's lying about things. Will Buster testify for Daddy-O? There's a good chance. I'd like to see that. The job of the prosecutors is to remove all reasonable doubt from the minds of the jury or recovery addict. I don't know if they've done that yet. They need a clear timeline. The timeline comes today. KQD, it has to come today. I just don't think one last shot right at the end of closing arguments is going to be enough for the jury to wrap their head around it. Congratulations to all the gifted members today. Cakespoo, did you just gift 5 as well? How did that just happen and I missed it? Looks like Creative B, Debbie, Ellen Boggs, Canned Laughter, Buzz Nevermore, and Danielle B. all were gifted memberships by Cakesby. Thank you, Cakesby, for that. I appreciate that. Generous donation, and congratulations everyone who won. Okay. Let's see. Bella says, same. I'm running only what the jury gets to see. So far, I would be confused in anything. We're on the same page there, Thal. This has been a mess. This has been there's a video, a little a meme video, a GIF, I guess, of somebody filming the garbage truck that comes up and grabs the garbage can, and it's automated. It dumps it in the side and everything, and it looks like perfect. Just grabs it up and over and dumps it, and then when it goes to put it down, like paper, everything just goes everywhere. The whole thing just like explodes out the top, and that's sort of what we got with this presentation from the state. It looked like they could just, it was an open and shut case, just pick it up, present it, and it would be done. But in the presenting, they just flung stuff everywhere. And the courtroom being a mess is just is symbolic for how the prosecution has presented this case. We are ready for a spicy day. We do have a video feed from the courtroom now, at least. Just looking at the wall, audio was on, so if the bailiff yells, we're going to hear it. I do have. Let me make sure I've got a limiter on, just so it doesn't blow our eardrums out. Let's see. Let's tag that limiter there, so it doesn't scream at us. Okay, there we go. All right, so it shouldn't be too loud. It'll be loud, but it won't be too loud. Even if he didn't pull the trigger, he's in no ways innocent. Yes, but they're charging him with committing murder. If he didn't pull the trigger, Jim Bob, I believe he should not be convicted of committing murder, unless that's. I'd have to look at the actual details of the charge. Is he guilty as an accomplice? If as an accomplice he's guilty, is the charge the same? If so, then yes, we can find him guilty. But if he's only an accomplice, then it should be a different charge. I want to hear the defense's story of what happened. We all would. I just wonder which story we're going to hear. We've heard a couple so far. Recovery addict, do you think he's guilty? Do I think he's guilty? Yes. What was that noise? That was someone from the courtroom. Yes, I believe he has something to do with this, likely hired someone, but I do believe he'll be convicted. Sad? No. If true, it'll eventually come out. Sassy Girl, yay, it's Friday.
Stole it as well.
Gleaves H as well. Kevin, Leslie, WV, Ryan. See you guys sneaking in here. Let's see. Another Scott story. Did I tell a story? I told a story and I didn't even know it. Anna Monday, good to have you here. Granny Gogo as well. I just can't get past the 16-minute window for these murders. Granny Gogo, what do you mean as far as how fast it happened? Because I believe it happened in about 2.5 minutes. I believe it was very quick. The fact that their bodies are so close together, I think it happened extremely fast. I don't think Maggie came running and got shot. I think she tried, I think it happened within just seconds, like literally within a minute, both of them were shot. I don't buy the second hitman. The more people you put at the scene, the harder it is to get rid of evidence. There would be other evidence there. I think he planned it out. And I'm really liking the way that Brandy spells it out in the Churchwell chart. The explanation. Victoria S says, I think AM is guilty of having something to do with it. I didn't see Recovery Addict Weather Watch video. Let's see. Well, there's going to be one tonight at 9 p.m. That'll be a good one. At the podcast that starts tonight. Cindy Lou is here. What drug dealer takes checks? Yeah, seriously. How many people out there are like, you can take a check? Man, I could have bought so much more. I thought you needed cash. A drug dealer that takes checks, and supposedly there's a record of it. I mean, more than just the cash check, but like a book. Heather Barnett, sorry, I do not believe he did it himself. No typo. Or I do believe he did it himself. He's never getting out, even if not guilty. He's looking at several lifetimes on financials and wait until the IRS comes in for theirs. Right. There's no question that Alex Murdaugh has incarceration in his future. Need to be clamping says we need to hear jury instructions as well. I think the jury instructions are going to be pretty standard, other than the fact that the judge has already picked the foreman halfway through the trial. The judge is like, hey, by the way, here's your foreman, and it's this guy. I've never seen that before. I've never watched any of Newman's cases before, so maybe he does this on the regular, but that was a surprise to me. Garbage truck. Oh, the garbage truck recovery ethic. Okay, that was the story. It was actually a video I saw online, so I didn't watch it in person, although I have seen that happen. I was talking about a different one. Yesterday, we heard Alex confess to every crime except for murder, and that's big, right? But he's only being charged with murder. So Charles Manson isn't a murderer, says Adam. Welcome, Mini Duck. Please take your reserved seat. Also, the money makes more of a conspiracy scenario, making him culpable for what happened to his family. I think the charges should match what it is. So if it's conspiracy, he should be charged with conspiracy. It's possible I myself was waiting in the shadows that night, waiting for Alex Murdaugh to leave the kennel. On the basis of the prosecution not being able to prove that it wasn't me, he should be acquitted. I think we have to use Occam's razor. I really do. I think the simplest explanation is most often correct. The jury definitely needs a timeline presented with visual. Did Alex snap? Sounds like it. I think he planned it out now. I'm not going with the snap scenario. And partly because of the cooler that showed up there. Just little bits of evidence here and there. The way all the different calls were made, the texts back and forth to the different phones after the deaths. I think it was very well planned out. This is a guy who's very good at planning out, big crimes. I feel if there was a second shooter, he would have spilled the beans. I don't know, Dilly Pickles. Ooh, just barely missed the bailiff. Here we go.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You ready to proceed?
Yes, we are.
One brief housekeeping matter, Your Honor. When we put in the disc yesterday, which for the record is State's Exhibit 552, I provided the court reporter with one that was a shortened one. We actually put in the full one, so I'm going to replace 552 with the full disc with the consent of defense counsel.
We consent, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. May bring the jury.
Bring the jury. Here we go. All right. Most of the sound effects are off. There we go. Okay, we're going to listen to today, so. Well, I agree. The tire mark stuff was just confusing. They didn't. There was no context to it. There's just like, oh, by the way, here's a random mark on her leg that happens to match a tread on or we think matches the tread on the ATV. It's like, well, that's weird. But she wasn't run over. When buying drugs with a check, what's customary to put in the memo? The type of drug, quantity, if it's for party or special occasion. DMB, I would run that by your accountant. They probably deal with these all the time. Or ask the police, because they probably see a lot of those as well. Sharon, I think it's going to be a long deliberation because they have no notes.
Very good.
They're
Good morning.
Rewatch things. Good morning.
All right, day number 20. Cross-examination. You may proceed.
Your Honor.
Here we go with cross.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Very full courtroom this morning.
So let's see if we can do this quickly. Is that okay with you? It is Friday. Monday's a holiday. So let's see if we can't get through this. You are is it senior special agent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you investigated, your charge was investigating the so-called roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
And as part of that, you, after Alec was airlifted to Savannah Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go see him there?
Yes.
And did you talk to the doctors about his condition?
We made contact with medical staff there. I don't know if I specifically spoke to a particular doctor, but we made contact with the medical staff that were providing treatment.
So, did the medical staff tell you he had a shallow sort of trough wound in the back of his head, apparently caused by a bullet? Did they tell you that?
They did not.
Did they tell you he had a fractured skull?
They did not.
Did you look at his? Have you subpoenaed his medical records?
We have, but
Okay.
at the time of my arrival, the tests were ongoing, and that those documents weren't readily available to me.
But you've looked at him since then.
Since then.
So you would agree with me he had a fractured skull, a wound, a trough wound in the back of his head.
I'd agree that's what the medical records state.
Let me see if you can identify this.
These appear to be a portion of Mr. Murdaugh's medical records.
I understand it's a portion.
Yes, sir.
But it's the, sort of the summarizing portion, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I think you furnished these to us. Do you have any objection?
Objection, Rule 801.
Well, let me ask you this question. Maybe this will make it easy. Who subpoenaed and got these records? Did Sweat?
Yes, at the time of the incident, they weren't discussing his medical condition with us. I mean, we were able to, due to HEPA, they weren't readily providing us access to his medical records or consultation with his doctors. We had a general understanding based on what Mr. Murdaugh told us, or told deputies on the side of the road, and based what he stated on 911, that he had been shot in the head. So when we arrived and we saw a subsequent injury.
Just let me cut to the chase here. Did you all subpoena the medical records?
Yes, we did.
Are these a portion of the medical records, the business records that you received from the hospital in Savannah, the Memorial Health?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that resolve that issue? Business records?
Wow. Harpootlian's on his A game this morning. He needs to.
Redacted any personal identifying matters. That's what's redacted.
With redactions, no objection.
Admitted without objection.
It's and that's number 124. So let me have you, if this will refresh your memory, look at page 1, what the medical staff says are his injuries.
I do want to see a spicy Harpootlian today. I think that will be good for everybody.
Yes.
Okay, now, I could have you read that. Do you understand what it means?
I have a general, like I said, I'm not a doctor. I'm a SLED agent, so I have a general understanding of the terms on the page.
Does it indicate he had a furrow wound in his head?
I'm not trying to play coy. It just says, I could read it. If it says...
Okay, let me publish part to you and see what you think. Left posterior parietal subdural hematoma with adjacent blood products. What do you think that means?
That cleared it up.
What's a subdural hematoma?
Obviously, it's a bleeding on the subdural part of his head, so it
would be a brain bleed.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. It says linear left posterior parietal bone fracture. That would be a fractured skull.
Yes.
Okay. Scalp laceration overlying the left parietal bone. That would be that furrow I'm talking about, right?
If that's what you infer to, I'm not a doctor. I mean, a furrow is, you know, I can only testify what it states on the page.
And attending radiologist reviewed all the images and agrees with the interpretation. So a radiologist looked and saw brain bleed, saw a subdural hematoma, saw a fractured skull, and made findings consistent with a bullet wound to the head. Did they not?
The medical professionals reviewed his charts and his tests. They came to that opinion. We refer to them as it relates to their findings.
I'm sorry, refer to them what?
We refer to them as it relates to their findings. If that's what they determined happened, we refer to them.
So he had real injuries.
There was a laceration on the back of his head that was consistent with a gunshot wound.
Fractured skull, subdural, brain bleed.
An actual doctor might.
If that's what the records say. Then
might
yes.
specify that this is, you know, it sounds bad, but it wasn't as bad as it is. So a SLED agent
Have you ever told
is not able to
anybody
do that.
well, specifically the Maggie's sister and her husband, that Alec had been shot in the head? I mean, I can play it for you. You recorded it.
Oh, absolutely. If it's, I mean, I'm not denying that I've done it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I just want to make sure you've told somebody that Alec got shot in the head.
Yes, I've never questioned that Alec's been shot in the head.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
Okay,
we're having a difficult time here communicating this morning. I don't quite understand it. The
It's
simple
early.
question was he shot in the
It's
head?
early.
And you said, I'm not sure until just now you said yes, he was shot in the head.
I apologize. Yes, he
So
was
we
shot in
agree
the head.
on that. He's shot in the head.
Yes.
Okay. And he was in intensive care for a while, and then he was let out relatively quickly. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe he was released on the 7th.
Okay. Now I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 125 and 127.
It's much easier for the defense to be hostile with a professional, an expert, you know, a SLED, a police officer. They run a much greater risk of being hostile with sort of like an innocent bystander.
So you
know, like
identify him.
the housekeeper's son type thing. You can't be hostile with them, even though they might be able to gain some ground and win some points. You lose overhaul. So this is somebody that the defense really can't attack.
Consistent with what you saw, Alex Murdaugh at the hospital?
No. This first photograph was photographed by Hampton County EMS.
Okay.
So prior to my arrival, this was taken. When I arrived in Savannah, Alex was not in this condition.
But you would represent that these
This
were,
image is something that I saw at the hospital. I didn't see this.
Okay. So this was taken by who? Hampton County?
I don't know who took the photo, but it was included with the Hampton County EMS records that we obtained.
Okay.
Still trying to get a sync
did I
on
offer
the
these?
different feeds so we can get a Murdaugh
Let's
cam.
look at
Give me just a minute here.
do I have to go to the Elmo, or do you have these? Okay.
You saw my toes. I was barefoot. It's beautiful weather outside.
I like the bandage head first.
There we go. I saw what I needed to see to get a sync.
Okay. Okay, so this is the photo you indicate some other law enforcement agency took before he went to, that's at the side of the road, or do you know?
This photo was included in the records from Hampton County EMS that we obtained at the time that he provided the recorded statement inside the ambulance, where he gave the detailed description of what happened to him.
Which we've listened to.
Yes, yesterday. So at some point, his wound was treated and he was placed in a cervical collar outside my presence. I wasn't present when he was transported. I didn't meet with Mr. Murdaugh until I went to Savannah.
Okay. Put the next picture on. And who took this picture?
This picture was, I did not take any pictures, so I believe it may have been it was Agent Rebecca Gregg who was accompanying me to Savannah.
And is that an accurate depiction of what his skull looked like at the hospital?
Correct.
And you noticed blood there?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and kill Elmo, please.
No, kill Elmo.
Now, as I understand it,
another crime.
After he was released from the hospital, he went to detox in Atlanta.
That's what y'all told us, yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what you told me.
Okay. And we called you from a facility in Atlanta to give the statement we saw earlier, correct?
You called me from a telephone. I don't know exactly what your location. I wasn't there with you, so I don't know where you called me from.
You're telling me SLED can't tell where a phone is?
Mr. Harpoon.
I mean, if you're going to tell me that SLED can't tell us where a phone is.
Pose the question. You must give him an opportunity to answer.
I apologize.
Mr. Harpoon, you called me. I don't know what number you called me from.
My cell phone.
Okay, so you called me from your cell phone. I have that number, so it identified as yours.
Right.
But I don't know where you were at. You told me that you were calling from Atlanta. I took you at your word, but I can't testify to where you were calling me from because I don't know.
Did you ever subpoena his detox records?
We made an attempt, but we had issues with them honoring an out-of-state subpoena.
Well, I mean, you can go to a court in Georgia and make them honor it, or we could have given you consent. Did you ask us for consent?
No consent was given.
No consent was asked for.
No
right?
No consent was asked. No consent was given. So.
Okay.
Okay.
But we represented on that call that he was in a detox facility before, when we called you to set up the call in Atlanta, and he was now, and I think we've said on the recording that the doctors indicate he's coherent. He's been through the detox, which is a pretty tough process, and he was willing to talk to you once he was competent to do so. Isn't that correct?
That's the information you relayed to me, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt that?
No, sir.
Okay. And so as soon as he came out of the initial stages of detox, you don't know this, but we went down.
He's testifying. Objection.
We called
you. Ready to object?
Harpoon, you can't testify.
Who called who initially to set that call up?
I called you on the day of September 7th to reach out to let you know that we had some developments in the case, and I told you that we wanted to speak to Alex.
Okay.
You told us that he was in rehab or was en route to rehab, and we would try to make some arrangements. We had initially discussed agents traveling to whatever facility Mr. Murdaugh was in to meet with him in an attempt to get a statement. That meeting did not materialize. On the afternoon of the 13th, you called me from your cell phone to set up a telephone interview. Given the complexity of the case and the fluid movements of the investigation, we wanted to, agree to that so we could get some type of. At that point, Mr. Murdaugh had obviously the story that he told us was not true, and we wanted to take that as an opportunity to try to make some sense out of the investigation, given that you and Mr. Griffith were there saying he was ready to tell us really what happened.
So he, through his attorneys, reached out to you to give this recorded statement we saw.
On the 13th, you called me, yes.
Right. And secondly,
it's funny to see that objection passed down the prosecution's
admitted
bench.
That he had stolen money, right?
Yes.
He admitted drug use.
Yes.
And he admitted that he lied, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Boosting the audio just a little bit. All the other camera feeds are having major issues this morning, so we're struggling to get things lined up. So give me a minute.
And as a result of that statement, he was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. Is that correct?
Yes, he was.
And by that time, he had moved from the detox facility in Atlanta to a rehab facility in Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And you asked that he surrender himself, and he did that, did he not?
Yes, he did.
He had his son Buster drive him from Orlando to Hampton County, and I believe you all met him and, by prearrangement, him and
I'd object again.
Buster at his mother's house.
The agreement was for us to meet you and Mr. Griffith with Mr. Murdaugh, that no stops be taken from Orlando to Hampton. we encountered Mr. Murdaugh and Buster pulling into the driveway of the Alameda property. So outside of our agreement, so Mr. Murdaugh was taken into custody as soon as he arrived at Alameda.
Well, so perhaps if we weren't going to Orlando, stopping to get his lawyers before he surrendered himself would have been a violation of our agreement?
No, our agreement was that Mr. Murdaugh was to go from Orlando directly to your custody. Buster, I don't fault Buster. I don't think that he was doing anything that he thought was wrong. He was just listening to instructions. But we were supposed to meet him with you, and he showed up at his mom's house. So he was placed under arrest at his mom's house.
Well, we showed up at Mom's house as y'all were taking him away, right?
After he was arrested, yes.
Right, but I mean, we were there minutes after you arrested him, right?
Well, yes, because they called you. So, and I think I might have called you to tell you that we were arresting him as well.
Right. He went to a bond hearing.
Yes, he did.
And he was granted bond.
Yes.
And one of the conditions of the bond allowed him to go back to Orlando to rehab, right?
Yes.
And he went back to Orlando to rehab.
Yes.
Until he was indicted on the financial fraud charges.
Yes.
Boots being aggressive, but this witness is holding his own.
His cooperation, when I say cooperation, the statements he made I understand you were only investigating the roadside shooting, right?
Correct.
So you weren't investigating the murder, you weren't investigating, I'm talking about Maggie and Paul's murders, you weren't investigating the financial crimes, only the roadside shooting, correct?
Are you referring during my interviews with the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh?
I'm sorry?
Are you referring to, in the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh, the first 2 interviews were conducted with him being considered the victim of a violent crime.
Right.
And in the 3rd interview, you set parameters as his attorney as to what information we would discuss on the call.
We don't want to talk about that.
But he did, when you asked questions about his bank accounts, he cooperated fully with you, right?
After some give and take, I think, between you and I, he disclosed information, yes.
Right. And he admitted to you he'd stolen money.
Yeah, he confirmed that he had stolen money, because at that point we had been told by other parties he had stolen money, and on the 7th we recovered enterprise banking slips. So we knew we had documentation he had stolen money. He just confirmed it with his.
Did you know whether he knew he was just coming out of detox? Certainly many defendants would have never talked to you, correct?
Objection is sustained.
Did he have to talk to you?
Some of the best confessions I've ever got were from a defense attorney. So he spoke to me.
Not this defense attorney. Okay.
Well, he still confessed on the call. So
there are defense attorneys and defense attorneys, right? Okay. So
what's the point of that?
Let me say this: as a result of some of the information you got, did you give that statement that he gave you? Did you give that to who was investigating the financial crimes?
That was a joint operation out of our office. There were several agents that were involved.
But no agent in charge like Mr. Owens?
There was an agent, David Williams, Special Agent David Williams, myself, Special Agent Matt Wright. We've all had part in the financial investigations.
Okay, and as a result of his cooperation, partially, and what you already knew, you're aware that he was indicted on 90 indictments of financial fraud, which could result in life without parole for him. Do you not?
He was found.
If you'd answer yes or no and then explain your answer. Was he indicted on 90 charges of financial fraud and for which he faces life without parole? Is that correct? Just yes or no?
Objection is sustained.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
There's an objection, and I sustained the objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't understand the grounds of the objection.
Grounds.
401, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I understand what 401 is. I don't know why it would apply to this.
Objection is sustained.
Boots going to go there again.
The information you got was voluntary about the financial piece of this was voluntary by him? No one threatened him? No one coerced him? He has 2 lawyers sitting there, right?
To the best of my knowledge, no one threatened him. I was not present with Mr. Murdaugh at the time of giving his statement. I wasn't. It was over the telephone. Based on what you've told us, no one threatened him.
Y'all were there representing.
I wasn't in the room. If you did, I can't speak to it.
I think Poot got outgunned on that one.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Thank you.
Briefly, Your Honor, may it please the court. When you interviewed the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, on September 4th, that was in the hospital, is that right?
Yes, it was.
Did he agree to speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Did he respond appropriately to your...
Dealt with this matter, and if we're going to go into this, we'd like a Jackson v. Dino hearing as to his competence to talk to him in the hospital.
Ooh, that might be sustained.
Mr.
He specifically cross-examined him on the injuries in the hospital that he had suffered, and I'm just following up with the agent about the circumstances generally of his interaction with Mr.
Gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
All right. In Jackson v. Dino, in New York, the trial judge must make a preliminary determination of the voluntariness of a confession and exclude it if in no circumstance could the confession be deemed voluntary. If the evidence presents a fair question as to its voluntariness, as to where certain facts bearing on the issue are in dispute, or where reasonable men could differ on the inferences to be drawn from the undisputed facts, the judge must admit the confession and leave to the jury, under proper instructions, the determination of its voluntary character and also its truthfulness.
What's the nature of the objection again, Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, there's several bases. One, that was a leading question, but if you get past that. Secondly, we had an agreement, which he complied with on direct examination, to have him say what happened there in summary fashion and not go into a quoting piece, even though we believe, and if you look at these medical records, he's showing positive for barbiturates and opioids, many of which were administered by the hospital.
That's a problem.
We believe the doctors will say he was not competent to give any sort of voluntary statement. And he was not advised of Miranda warnings. He wasn't in any way, obviously wasn't in custody, but we believe that we're entitled to a hearing on competence to give a statement if he's going to go further on this. And to do so, we're going to need the doctors from Savannah here to testify what his condition was.
Putin would have a stronger argument if he hadn't gone to this first.
And come back on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week to finish it.
Your Honor, the sum total of my questions was specifically in response to the cross-examination. I was not going to ask him to go back to to relate what he related to Agent Kelly, which again they had already agreed for us to do in summary fashion. It was simply going to be questions that he was not in custody. He was voluntarily agreed to talk, and his questions were subject matter appropriate, and he appeared to understand the questions. That was going to be the extent of it, and it was in direct response to their putting in the records and discussing the injuries that are reflected in those records. That was the extent of my questioning, not to reiterate the summary to which, frankly, they had already agreed to allowing us to do, which we did yesterday.
If that's all he's going to ask, I withdraw my objection.
All right, very good. Let's bring the jury in.
Okay.
Stand and get a stretch. Yes, sir.
He wants to stipulate that.
That's what we're agreeing, if that's all he's going to ask. But if that question leads to another question, leads to another question.
So stand for a few moments.
So he might just ask that question, but a savvy witness might phrase his answers in such a way that the answer comes in broader than the question. And then you start having objections. So yeah, this was the day to be here. There's a reason why the courtroom is packed, spicy right at the beginning, and I think it's only going to get better as defense arguably will start with their presentation today as well. It's mainly never done because of the rights, but because you can get false confessions. The real problem is the cops know better, and so does the DA. I've seen this stuff get thrown out in other trials. The witness seems slimy to me. He does come across as trying to be, hedgy with how he's responding. It's a state's witness, okay, and first of all, it's a law enforcement witness. They should just be testifying to the facts. Did you subpoena? Yes. Do the records show this? Yes. Was there an injury? Yes. And he could say, yes, I don't know the extent of the injury or how serious it was, but I understand the terms that there was a brain bleed. I don't know how serious it was. He could say all that. The whole, hedgy, you said this. Well, I'm not reading it. The doctor said that. That's the jury doesn't need that. That's just needless arguing.
The objection is withdrawn. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. All right, going back to the question that I asked, when you interviewed, and I'm just asking these particular questions, when you interviewed the defendant on September 4th, that was the day of the roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
Did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody in any way?
He was not in custody.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He responded appropriately and consistently to the answers to my questions that were given on the 911 and on the to Hampton County deputies.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
Yes.
And did he respond appropriately to the subject matter of those questions?
Yes.
When you interviewed him on September 6th, he was still in the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody at any point?
He was not.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He did.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
He understood the questions and, again, gave consistent responses to the interviews from September 4th, from the 911 call, and from the video from the ambulance.
All right. And his answers related appropriately to the subject matter of your questions?
Yes, the side of the road.
You were asked a little bit about the circumstances of the telephone interview on September 13th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And did you want to do a telephone interview, or did you want to speak to him in person?
No, our initial inquiry was to go to where he was at. We did not know his location. They took him out of state. Our intention was to go meet with them wherever they had him to conduct that interview. When those plans did not materialize, time was of the essence. When they called us and agreed to have the telephone interview, we made an investigative decision to agree to that and conduct the interview over the phone.
That time period between September 6th and 7th, when all the developments you testified to yesterday on the side of the road took place, and September 13th, was SLED just sitting around doing nothing, or were y'all actively attempting to further question the defendant?
We were absolutely actively in working the active investigation. We were actively attempting to make contact to have that interview and make that take place.
And it was not till September 13th that the defense agreed, but only through a telephone interview, is that correct?
Mr. Harpootlian called me on the 13th, and he said, hey, we have a short amount of time, we can do this, can we make it happen? So we had to make it happen within about 30 minutes notice. So Agent Albayalde and I got to a place where we can conduct the interview, and the interview occurred.
And when y'all had that phone interview that the jury heard yesterday, at the beginning, they put limitations on the subject matter of what could be discussed.
Yes, they advised that they would only discuss the side of the road shooting, that the Moselle incident, and the financial crimes were off limits.
Ultimately, some financial information was discussed, is that correct?
That is correct.
But Moselle never was, is that right?
Correct.
You were asked about ultimately when he was taken into custody, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly what date that was?
I don't have the booking paperwork. I don't remember what specific date. I took him into custody twice, so I don't know what date.
Right. And that was after he had finished that rehab stint, is that correct, to your understanding?
Yes, we took him in custody once on the Almeda property. We also took him in custody a second time when we went to Orlando to extradite.
Well, what you were just asked about by Mr. Harpootlian, when he returned to South Carolina, that was the first time ever that he had been taken into custody, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was for charges related to the side of the road?
Yes.
Thank
said
you,
it was going to be lengthy.
Special Agent Kelly, nothing further.
We could have done that cross.
Questions.
Well, maybe there's a little more.
That
we could have done that cross last
him
night.
Into custody. Do you know when that was?
I don't have the exact date in front of me. I apologize.
If I told you October 16th of 2021, would that seem appropriate?
I believe it was in the month of October 2021.
Okay. And tell this jury, how long has he been out of jail since October 16th of 2021?
Is there objection?
I mean, did he make bond?
I don't believe so, no.
He's been in jail since October 16th.
Objection 401, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Well, what opportunity has he had since October 16th 2021 to manipulate witnesses, to manipulate evidence, to manipulate anything in this case? What opportunity?
Bring in jail calls.
Go ahead.
There's an objection.
I'm sorry, what's this objection?
Objection 401, Your Honor.
And response.
Well, Your Honor, no question he's been in jail since October 6th.
Your legal response to the objection.
I don't
The 401 is the objection, relevance, and your response.
My response is that they have him, they're trying to portray him as this manipulative person, and he's not got the ability to manipulate anything after October 16th.
The objection is sustained.
Oh, man. He
That's
shouldn't
not
do that.
relevant.
Inappropriate argument to the jury.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, did you tell anyone in his family the reason you wanted to see him while he was in rehab was to show him a picture of a truck?
The conversations about the picture of the truck, we obtained the picture of the truck on and around.
Excuse me, if you would just answer yes or no, and then you can explain your answer. We're going to go down this trail, and if you say no, then I'm done. If you say yes, then I'm going to ask you when you did it, and we don't have to go through this back and forth for the next 10 minutes. Did you tell anybody in his family you wanted to see him in rehab just to show him a picture, among other things, just to show him a picture of a truck?
I believe that was one of the items we wanted to discuss with Mr. Murdaugh.
Okay. And so you were giving the impression that at that point you still believed him, and you just wanted to show him a picture of a truck.
401, Your Honor.
Relevance? Really?
Let me hear that question again.
You indicated to a member of his family you knew was communicating with him that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck.
Object to the form, Your Honor.
It's cross-examination.
He's going to allow it.
Thank you. Did you communicate?
What's the response?
I asked the question.
Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry,
He's playing for the jury here.
Are you a senior special agent?
Yes, sir, I am.
Senior special agent Kelly, did you
it's going to be objection
communicate to a member of Mr. Murdaugh's family, Randy Murdaugh, that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck? That was paramount to you, and that's what you communicated to Mr. Murdaugh.
Objection 401, Your Honor.
Objection is overruled.
The question you just asked me is that, and I responded to, that was one of the things. That was not the only thing. You know, we knew the identity of Curtis Smith. We knew the truck that Mr. Smith.
I didn't ask you what else you knew. I asked you.
Ask the witness to be allowed to complete his answer, Your Honor.
Okay. You may continue your response.
We wanted to meet with Mr. Murdaugh to show him images of the truck. We wanted to show him to see. At this point, we suspected he was not telling the truth, and we wanted to see if he would continue to not tell, to continue to lie to us about not knowing the existence of Curtis or the truck, or if he would, show some type of clarity. And
this is the best thing Pook could do, Thal.
And this goes
very
to
direct questions
sort of the same issue.
Yes or no.
When you wanted to see him, what are the exhibits I just introduced? Okay. When you wanted to see him and you contacted me, I indicated he was in detox, right?
Objection to counsel statement.
Objection sustained.
Were you aware that he was in detox in Atlanta?
I was aware that he was out of state, and based on the information you told me, and I took you at your word, that he was seeking treatment in an out-of-state facility.
Okay. And did I indicate to you, or did anybody indicate to you, in detox you need an uninterrupted period to get off the drugs?
I believe that is what you explained to me.
Okay. And that he wouldn't be competent to communicate until he'd been, there was some hospital records, maybe I walked away. He would not be competent to speak with you until the doctor said he was competent, right?
On the morning of, on the September 4th incident, he consumed opioids that morning. He was not detoxing or coming off those drugs. He did not appear to be under the influence of any narcotics. When we met with him in the hospital, he was on his cell phone, he was walking, he was talking, he was coherent. He was the victim of a crime, the only witness that we were aware of for that crime, so we obtained a statement from him so he could tell us what happened.
you would concede he'd been shot in the head. I don't want to plow old ground, but he had a head wound, fractured skull.
Asked and answered.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you ask a doctor if he was competent to speak with you?
Again, those medical records, the doctors would
That's
not.
not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you talked to a doctor and said, is he competent to talk to us? Did you do that?
Mr. Harpootlian,
would you just say yes or no, and we can move on?
I'd like to ask the witness allowed to
No, the witness has to answer yes or no. He can corner him.
Answer the question, yes or no.
Yep, he's
could you
cornered.
repeat the question?
Did you speak to one of his physicians or any medical personnel and ask them if he was competent to speak with you in the hospital?
I did not.
Okay. Now let's look at part of the record
That's
and evidence.
what Poot can do.
And,
that's his power.
There was
Direct question. He needs to use that more.
Correct?
Again, they did not discuss with me his medical records. Mr. Harpootlian, they didn't talk to me about his medical records.
And you didn't ask them, did you?
Did
you ask them?
The testing that was
Did
being
you
conducted-
ask them?
We did not ask to discuss specific aspects of Mr. Murdaugh's medical condition. We had to subpoena the records with a court order to have access to them.
So
they will not discuss openly his medical records with us.
Did you ask a doctor? That's repetitive. But if you had asked a doctor, they would have told you, according to these records, that he was positive for barbiturates and positive for opioids. Would they not?
They would have told us they.
Objection sustained.
Were you, according to the records that are in evidence, were you aware that he was on opioids and he had a positive test for opioids and benzos?
Once we have subpoenaed.
Would you please answer the yes or no?
Once we got the records,
would
we
you
learned.
Answer yes or no?
Your Honor, I would object to him badgering the witness. The witness is entitled to answer the question.
You may respond as you see fit. Go ahead.
At the time of September 4th, we did not ask the medical doctors or the medical professionals any information about his condition because they would not discuss it with us. So if I had asked, they would not have discussed it. So we did not ask. When we obtained the medical records through court order, we were able to review them and learn after the fact the diagnosis.
Would you still have, if you'd had the medical records, would you have still gone forward with questioning knowing he had opioids and benzodiazepines in his blood system?
At that point, he was a victim of a crime. He was the only witness to a shooting that we were currently investigating. I would have asked those questions, and when I found that they were consistent with the two other statements he had already given, it would have allowed us to move forward with the investigation.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Man, I think Dick has.
Thank you.
Has tools in his at his resource that he could have used there to handle that better.
Let me call your next witness.
May it please the court, Your Honor. The state calls Special Agent Peter Rudofsky.
It was a hostile witness. At the same time, the way that was handled, had he not been so abrasive with him and said, I need a yes or no, he can require that. And the judge should have told him to answer a yes or no question. Ask a very direct question.
Testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? If you would please be seated, state your full name for the record, and spell your last name, okay? Thank you.
Special Agent Peter Rudofsky, that's R-U-D-O-F-S-K-I, and it's pronounced Rudolph and then Ski.
All right, Special Agent Rudofsky, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, how are you?
I'm good. If you would, tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Give us a little quick history of where you grew up, where you went to school, and how you ultimately ended up with your current position, please.
I'm originally from Oakland County, Michigan, Metro Detroit area. Became a reserve deputy in 2015, a reserve officer with Bay City Department of Public Safety while I was attending Saginaw Valley State University to get my bachelor's degree. And then went on to work at Oakland County Sheriff's Office as a special deputy. Graduated in 2017 at Saginaw Valley State University with a criminal justice degree. And then in 2020,
yet.
I'm sorry, in 2017, moved to South Carolina, worked for the Department of Public Safety. In 2020, came to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, where I am currently. Began in the undercover vice unit, worked in the undercover vice unit until October of 22, where I currently am a special agent assigned to investigative services.
All right, and that was when again?
That was October of 22.
I don't think this is our timeline
At my new
witness.
position.
At some point in that position in SLED Investigative Services, did you get involved in the investigation of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh at Moselle?
I did. November of 21 is when I was brought on to assist the Low Country region with this case.
November of 21 or November of 22?
21.
And let's talk a little bit more just about some of the experience you've had as a law enforcement officer. Have you had any experience with or had any training with using the FBI CAST program?
I did. I took a basic 16-hour cell site analysis course, which allowed me to use their system CAST Viz, which is what if you saw Matt Wild's presentation, the mapping system and the plotting, it allows me to use that system and kind of do a basic level operation of it.
And what has been your primary focus of your involvement, at least in the investigation after you got involved in November 2021? And to be fair, that was November 2021. You were not working in investigative services when the Moselle event happened in June of 21. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So when you came on in November of 21, what's kind of been one of your main focuses and main assignments?
The main focus was to take all of the various forms of data. There's, a lot of phones, a lot of different data, and take all of that and put it into a readable timeline.
He is our timeline. He's our timeline.
You could start from, the beginning of the day to the end of the day and see everything
This
with
may
all
be the
those
last
different
witness.
phones and different, media sources all in one document.
All right. Stand by for me just real quick.
Trying to keep this Murdaugh cam up as much as I can, but the feed's a little sketchy. So,
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as a defense exhibit, Defense Exhibit 60, that was entered a long time ago in this trial. And do you recognize that? It's already in evidence.
get your pens ready. This is going to be fun.
I do.
All right. And what is that? Tell the jury what that is, please.
This would have been a rough draft or working draft of my timeline. I have a date of 1/12/23 at 3 p.m. was an updated time on this.
All right. And that was, who prepared that document there that was put in by the defense?
This was prepared by myself.
All right. And was that provided to the defense a week or so or sometime prior to trial?
It was.
All right. And on that particular document, does it say that it is a working draft?
It does on the top here. It's going to have in yellow working draft. And then as you go through the document, it's going to have the same yellow on the top working draft and draft across
Yeah,
the
we'll try.
document.
All right. And as you have, how long have you been working on this document right here?
Roughly about a year on this document.
All right. And as new data came in, new data has been analyzed from various sources that have been put forward to this jury. Has that been incorporated into your timeline here?
It has.
All right. And since the time that this was initially prepared, has there been additional information added to it and that document continued to be worked on?
There has.
All right. And has that been provided to the defense as well?
It has.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 520 and see if you recognize this document.
I do. This is going to be the full timeline. This is going to be the latest copy.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 519, and do you recognize that document?
I do.
All right, and tell the jury what that is.
This is going to be a condensed timeline of this document here. Instead of having the whole day, it's going to have roughly from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. on June 7th.
2021?
2021.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer States 519 and 520 into evidence.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Those are what we want to see. These are our
We'll
documents.
get back to those in a second.
This is what we need. This is what the jury needs, really, because I don't think they're convinced yet. I'm sure this will. I'm sure
All
this
right, now
is
you mentioned
evidence.
before that you had some training in using the FBI CAST program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during the course of this investigation, actually fairly recently, did additional information come in related to what you've been working on?
That is correct.
And explain that to the jury. What information came in?
So on Friday, I received a call.
Which Friday?
would have been last Friday, from Attorney General Conrad that GM discovered some new data. I initially did a search warrant back in March of last year. No data was returned to us from OnStar. We get a call saying that they have data and that they're going to be sending it to me. I received an email on this past Saturday with 3 Excel files of data from GM.
All right, and tell the jury generally what was that data?
There was a lot of data in it. Mostly it was a lot of latitude and longitude plots. There was speed data in there, and a lot of data that when you start your car up, you might see like your engine lights and all that, those codes and stuff. A lot of the codes was on the data.
All right. And for what vehicle was this for?
This is for the 2021 Suburban, driven by Alex Murdaugh.
Had GM previously responded to law enforcement inquiry that there was no such data?
That is correct. All we got was basic subscriber data for OnStar.
And when had they responded with that information?
I believe it was March 18th of 2022.
2022.
Yes.
And then during the course of this trial, they contacted and said, oh, wait, we found something.
That is correct.
All right. All right, and since that time, have you downloaded that data into the CAS program and analyzed it in that fashion?
I have. The CAS data is pretty much a tool that you can take different latitude, longitude, and different kind of data points, put it in the system in an Excel file, and it pretty much plots it and paints a nice picture for you.
All right. And you have you worked in this case as you've been synthesizing the data from various sources? Have you worked or synthesized the data that came from Engineer Falfusky with the FBI?
Yes, sir.
And remind the jury who Falfusky is again, please.
He is a vehicle engineer from the FBI out of Washington, D.C., and he's the one that took the telemetry unit out of Alex Murdaugh Suburban, and he took all the data and recreated that, the year-long process to get all the data extracted that he previously testified on.
All right, and is that telemetry data generally synthesized or summarized along with other data in your timelines that are admitted into evidence?
Yes, it is.
Can you compare for the jury the difference between what the telemetry that Engineer Falfusky did and the OnStar data that GM recently provided?
The biggest difference you're going to see is on the telemetry data. If you remember, there was that Excel spreadsheet with all the different colors on it. It would show vehicle going into drive or park, moving, propulsion, that kind of stuff. The data we got back from OnStar is mostly a lot of latitude and longitude and speed and different kind of codes and whatnot. There wasn't really any location data in the FBI data. I don't believe there was any for that day. I believe it was all before. But we have mostly, GPS coordinates and whatnot. That's the biggest difference that you're going to see between the reports.
All right. And was the OnStar data recently received generally consistent with the telemetry data that had been developed by the FBI and Falfusky?
It was.
Just more specific?
Just more specific.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 524 to this trial and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right. And tell the jury what this is, please.
This was a presentation I created that is based on the GM OnStar data that was received last week for 6/7 of 21 for a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer in the evidence States 524. No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Okay, here we go. Fire up the Elmo. Let's see this. Creighton has a list. He's checking things off.
All right. I'm gonna, if I could have a computer input, please.
Not the Elmo. Computer input. That's better. No
go
reflection.
Ahead and put,
no glare.
Exhibit 524 up on the screen. The one we just admitted.
It's time. Here we go.
it's working. All right, is this the 524 exhibit we just put into evidence?
That is correct.
All right, and that's your name up there, and it's got the CAS program and everything, is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving on to this next slide, and can you see all right up there?
I can.
I'll take my face off the
If
screen.
your little
if it gets in the
screen
way
becomes
here.
hard to see, just let me know, and we can have you come down here and look at the big one. All right, what's up on this slide? Tell us what this represents to the jury.
What you're going to see up on the slide is going to be 3 file names that we received from GM. These are all 3 Excel files. This is what they were labeled to us from GM.
And what does this slide look like?
Do you mind if I step down?
Yeah.
To point out. This is going to be an overview slide here. Top point is going to be Moselle, the Moselle house property. Bottom left, we're going to have Hampton. Far right is going to be Alameda. There are 4,820 data points that make up these lines here. When you zoom in a couple more slides, you're going to see the individual dots. This is kind of like an overlay of all of those dots. Right. But just for reference, that's where we're at in the map.
And just very quickly, tell the jury, when we're talking about these dots, is that what the CAS report did? Is plot the dots based on the data provided by GM OnStar?
That is correct. Each dot is going to represent a latitude and longitude.
Did you have to manually enter in all 4,820, or how does that work?
I did not. The nice thing about the CAS system is it takes the Excel, you put it all in an Excel spreadsheet, and it does all that for you. Kind of like Google Earth would do in comparison.
All right, this next slide, what is that?
This is the same slide. It's just showing on a different, the last one was like a Google Earth kind of view photo. This is just a regular like map photo. It kind of just says, the location's a little bit easier to read. You got Hampton, Alameda, and then you can see Islandton.
All right. Go on to this slide. Is this just a general representation where you can see some of the individual dots?
This is going to be the general overview of Moselle. Each little dot is going to either have a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. And this is for the whole day. This is not just for a certain time period. This is going to be for the whole day of June 7th, 2021.
All right. And then again, generally, what does this represent?
This is going to represent in Hampton around the law firm. Each dot is either a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. It's just kind of a zoomed in photo from what we saw previously.
And that's the defendant's former law firm?
That is correct.
All right. And what does this represent?
This is going to be the Alameda property that's been referred to previously. And this is just showing an overview of all the dots for that day.
All right, we're about to get into some slides that have very specific references to dots. And just generally, what are you about to go through with the jury as the specific data points that you're about to relate to them?
So for this presentation, we're going to go through all the different drives that occurred that day. You're going to have a data point in a slide that's going to show you the beginning, a couple slides during the drive, and then at the end. And we're going to have a couple different drives that we'll be walking through.
All right, now we're at this slide. What is the title of this slide?
This is Alex leaving for work.
All right, and tell the jury, what image do we see right here on the screen?
So what you're looking at, this is going to be the property 4147 Moselle Road. This is going to be the main entrance, and you can see underneath the little box is going to be the house. You're going to see on the date, it's going to say June 7th, 2021, and this plot is going to be 120647.
Is that what time the Suburban got underway, according to the GM OnStar data?
That is correct. It does match up.
Right. Moving to this next slide, what does this represent?
This next slide is representing his vehicle making a right onto Moselle Road during his drive.
All right. What time is that?
So we went to the kennels.
The time is 12:07:40 p.m.
All right. Come on down here, if you would, just real quick. And explain to the jury this box, and in particular, if there's a little arrow on this box, point that out to them so that they can understand specifically what's being referenced with the blue and white box.
So anytime you see a blue box here, it's a little hard to see, but the little kind of triangle down here, that's where it's pointing to on which red dot it is referring to. So anytime you see the box, look for that little triangle, and that's going to tell you the area that the vehicle, the latitude, longitude.
So it's in the bottom middle of that box.
If I could borrow the stick real quick.
That's right as it
so
turns
this
onto the
little
road.
blue triangle right there is what we're talking about?
That is correct.
And it's pointing to that little red dot there, is that right?
That's correct.
And we're not going to go through all 4,820 dots, but just representative dots of these various trips, is that correct?
That's a lot of dots.
All right.
I just want to point out quickly, you might see a couple other data points. That could be for another trip. You know, sometimes they have the same latitude and longitude, but different times. So you might see a couple different data points, but that's the explanation for that.
All right, and then the one that's highlighted, though, is the one that's the information's being referred to right there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And right here we see what?
Okay, so he
June 7th,
he didn't necessarily go to the,
12:07,
the kennels
40 seconds.
as he left for
PM.
work.
All right, thank you. All right, before we move on to the next slide, what's the car doing at this point in time?
The car is moving.
All right, and what location is it? Just generally an orientation to the property?
Moselle Road, coming out of that main gate,
That driveway?
main driveway.
Moving on to the next one, what does this represent?
This is 12:07:42, and this is representing, you're going to see a mile per hour is going to be the new line that just showed up. And this is showing 12 miles an hour the vehicle's traveling.
Generally on these blue boxes is the little arrow at the bottom. Is that kind of in the center bottom in most of these little blue and white boxes?
That is correct.
All right, and some of the entries have a miles per hour reading, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's being recorded by the vehicle and by GM OnStar?
And it's being uploaded to their servers.
All right, and so what was the speed of the defendant's vehicle at this time?
Approximately 12 miles an hour.
Now, on here, it's in reference to miles per hour because we're Americans. But the data that you got, what unit was it in?
Kilometers.
All right. And so did you convert that data to miles per hour?
Because the whole world uses
In
metric.
an Excel
except for
spreadsheet,
us.
yes.
All right. And just plugged in what the conversion is, and it converted to miles per hour.
Yep, you just do the equal sign, then you do the conversion, and it converts for you.
All right.
Unlocked.
All right, going on to this next slide. Is this still on the trip that morning to the law, or that afternoon to the law
This is
firm?
the point where the phone
and,
was thrown.
very quickly, tell the jury where we're at.
We are still on Moselle Road. We're past the Godley Farms Road, which would be another reference point.
And that's the residence up here at the top?
That is correct.
That's right about where the phone was
kennels
thrown.
way up at the very top?
Or found.
That is correct.
All right, what is the date and time of this reading?
12:08:30, and that is showing approximately 55 miles an hour.
Okay. All right, tell me about this next one.
This is still on the drive to the law firm. This is showing at 12:16 on the dot, and we're showing approximately 60 miles an hour driven.
All right. And where is the arrow on this particular one?
The interesting
So
part
on this
was
box, the arrow is actually going to be on top, and it's pointing to one of the data points.
that. So his drive
again?
to work that morning at that point on the road
Approximately 60 miles an
was
hour.
55 miles an hour. So
Going
we're going
on
to
to
compare
slide
that speed to
13
when
for the record,
the car
what does
goes
this
by the
reflect?
second time.
This is reflecting
where it literally
coming
threw.
into Hampton to the law firm. And this is actually, if you look, it's pretty much right on top of the law firm. It's 12:21:37, and we have no speed associated.
It's basically parked.
All right, and then the next slide, slide 14.
This is 12:24:06 with no speed reported. This is when he's arriving. This is the last data point I could find.
All right, so he's arrived at work at that time, correct?
That is correct.
12:46?
12:24:06.
Going to this next slide, explain to the jury what this is, and we're slide 15 for the
So after each drive, we're going to have a slide that's going to show a max speed from all the data sets on Excel. The max speed for his drive from Moselle to the law firm that morning was 12:13:19. The max speed was 65.8 miles per hour, and the average speed of that whole drive was 37.24 miles an hour, and that time was at 12:13:19
You got those
during
numbers?
his drive.
65 max, 37 average.
All right, we're moving now to slide 16. Tell the jury what this represents.
This one's going to represent Alex leaving work at the law firm, heading to his house. It shows at 6:24:18, and it shows him going 8 miles an hour, just starting to leave.
PM?
PM.
And the speed?
Approximately 8 miles an hour.
Going on slide 17.
This one's showing at 6:26:54 p.m. It's showing his
The dot's at the
Suburban
very
going
top of the
approximately
screen.
42 miles an hour on his drive home. The arrow is going to be on the top right.
And
It
the
might
speed?
be cut off a little bit. 42 miles an hour.
All right, and then is that the arrow right there?
That is correct.
All right, at the top,
The top of the screen.
about 42 miles an hour.
That is correct.
Catch that. This is our timeline. This is our data.
Slide 18, what does this reflect?
This is going to reflect at Alex arriving home at 6:42:54 with a miles per hour of 0. This is one of the last data points that without speed.
6:42 p.m. arriving back at the residence,
That is correct.
and the arrow is pointing to what?
The
house.
residence. A little bit to the side, but it's the residence right there.
All right, and tell the jury now on slide 19, what does this represent?
So this is going to be from his drive home from the law firm to Moselle. It represents at 6:34:01 during his drive. The max speed obtained was 54.4 miles per hour. The average speed during this drive was 41.39 miles an hour. And you can see the location somewhere off of, I believe, 63.
Driving home, what was his max speed?
54.4 miles per hour was the max speed driving home.
So a little slower.
All right, slide 20.
All right, so now we're at where Alex is leaving for Alameda. This is going to be 9:07:06 p.m.
This is allegedly after the murders.
Okay. And again, we'll go through the timeline in a bit, but is this generally consistent with some of the telemetry data that Falfosky did?
It is
Suburban goes underway at what time?
9:07:06 according to
That's
this
at the
data.
house.
Moving on to the next slide.
Like previous slides.
Where's the Suburban at this point?
Like previous slides, this is going to be the Suburban pulling out onto Moselle Road, coming right out of the main entrance, going about 15 miles an hour. This is going to be at 9:08:06.
What do we have right here?
This is going to be 9:08:18 with speeds approximately 37 miles an hour.
We're watching for that spot where the phone was thrown.
Where's the Suburban heading at this point?
Towards Alameda.
All right,
Right
slide
there.
23. We have a reference point here. Can you explain what that is to the jury?
So the orange dot, that's going to represent approximately where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was located the following day on June 8th, 2021.
All right, and do we have a time reference for the Suburban at this time?
We do. It's going to be 9:08:36 seconds, and it's showing a speed of 42 miles an hour.
Moving on to the next one. Tell the jury what this is.
In the grayish white looking box, you can still see the little circle where it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone location, and right under it's where the pinpoint's going to be. It's going to be 9:08:36, 42 miles an hour.
Next slide, 25. Slide 25.
The upper halfway portion of that box, you're going to see the circle again, the orange circle. That's going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And at 9:08:42, we have the Suburban traveling approximately 45 miles an hour.
After passing
So
that
it slowed
location,
down a bit
does the
and sped up.
defendant's vehicle start to accelerate?
It does.
Going to slide 26. Tell us what this references.
So we also have Maggie Murdaugh's phone location. This is just another data point. There's several throughout the road. This one is showing 9:08:54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 27.
This is going to show you another overview of this data point in location to Maggie Murdaugh's phone. 9:08:54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 28.
This one's further down the road past Godley Farms Road, just for a reference point. This is 9:09:06, traveling 48.6 miles per hour.
Slide 29.
This is another data point in reference to where the phone location is. 9:09:18 p.m., traveling
They
49
need an
miles
animation
per hour.
for this. They need to build
And
this
slide
out.
30.
This is going to be another data point at 9:09:18, traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
Slide 31.
This is also going to be another one on Moselle Road, coming up to Dobson Road. It's going to be 9:09:24 p.m., traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
And then slide 32.
This is also going to be another data point on that road, 9:09:42, traveling approximately 54 miles an hour on Moselle Road.
All right, going to slide 33, has our sort of map orientation changed?
It has. This is still on the drive to Alameda. I believe this is going to be 63 or Snyder's Highway or Walterboro Highway. This is at 9:13:30 p.m., showing a speed of 68 miles an hour on that drive to Alameda.
All right. And I'm going back to slide 3. Do that real quick. And the slide that we were just seeing when the orientation changes, can you come down real quick and kind of describe generally what we were looking at when we started and then the where we're at on that slide that we were just about to look at?
All right, so where we started on this drive would have been right up here, 4147 Moselle Road. 4147 Moselle Road. This would have been Moselle Road that we just showed all those data points. Would have made a right onto Dobson Road and then a right onto 63 Snyder's Highway. It's approximately somewhere around here on Snyder's Highway where that data point we just looked at.
All right, returning to slide 33.
Ooh. Poot.
All right.
Give us whiplash.
Right there is going to be approximately where the data point is at.
Okay, and what's the speed there?
68.7 miles per hour.
Going on to slide 34.
This is going to be at 9:14:36, showing an approximate speed of 69.4 miles per hour. And it's going to be on the top portion.
All right, moving on to slide 35.
This is going to be at 9:16:48, showing approximately 70 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of your screen here, coming into Varnville.
All right, and down at the bottom center of the screen, what is that?
That's Alameda.
Right here.
That is going to be the Alameda property, and just to reference, this is going to be coming into Varnville.
All right, right here, what do we have on slide 36?
This is going to be the Alameda property. You can kind of see it behind the other record part, but it's showing at 9:22:06. His Suburban's pulling, making a left into the Alameda property.
Virtually stopped.
Slide 37, what do we see here? First of all, orient the jury as to what the map image reflects, and then describe the data point, please.
So the map image is going to reflect, you're going to make a left into the driveway. There's a railroad track, I believe here. It's a curved driveway coming in, and then right here is going to be the house. There's a little carport right here, and then the driveway is this whitish part that you see on your screen.
It does not pull into the driveway.
And then up here, generally in the property, we can see a roof and that sort of thing. What generally are those?
Those are going to be some outbuildings on the property. The trees are kind of, there's a decent amount of trees right here, but there's, I believe, 2 outbuildings right here.
This white area right here just above the house, what is that?
That's going to be where you would park. It's a paved area in front of the carports.
Where do the data points reflect the Suburban going, though, when it arrives?
The data points for the Suburban, it looks like it went toward, like, a little bit into the grass, closer to the wood line over here. And that's going to be at 9:22:39.
Closer to the wood line and the outbuildings?
That'd be correct.
Sure. All right, and again, what time is the arrival at Alameda?
9:22:39. And this is just, so this right here is going to be a better overview without the...
Oh my goodness.
The box.
The box. You can see right here is going to be the driveway leading in. And this is where a carport would be, where the vehicles would be parked. And then this is the main house here. And you have your outbuildings.
Kate, for those of you who aren't familiar with this area, it's not uncommon to park on the grass.
Right here we have kind of a line of data points right there in the grassy area behind the house.
We do.
All right, going on to slide 39, tell the jury what those calculations represent, please.
So this is going to represent the drive from Moselle to Alameda. During that drive, the Suburban reached a max speed of 74.4 miles per hour during that drive and averaged 51.94 miles per hour. And this is the data point with the highest speed obtained.
Was that top speed higher than any speed he achieved when he went to work earlier that day?
That is correct.
Is that average speed higher than any average speed he had when he went to work that day?
That is correct.
Or returned?
I think
from
that's
work?
what they're sort of alleging, is that's when he stashed the guns.
Let me stay down here.
You can go back up. Back.
Yeah, it didn't show him parked at the place where the Maggie's phone was found. Had that been the case, that would be a smoking
on
gun.
the trip to Alameda?
74.4 miles per hour.
And the time again that he arrived?
At Alameda?
Yes.
I believe it's going to be 9:20.
Let me back up.
If you go back.
We're gonna hear testimony from
9:22:39. So 9:22:39. He reached his max speed at 9:14:13.
On June 7th, 2021 at 9:22 p.m. is it dark?
That is correct.
Guilty of speeding, Grumpy Cat. Nailed him.
All right, we've gone on to slide 40.
Throw the
Please
book
tell the
at it.
jury what this represents.
This is going to represent at 9:43:18. This is when we first saw movement. And this would be Alex leaving Alameda en route back to 4147 Moselle Road. It's shown approximately 2 miles an hour.
All right, and the time again?
9:43:18.
The arrival time that you just testified?
That's correct.
What was the arrival time that you
9:22.
And he's leaving at what time?
9:43.
So approximately how long?
20 minutes.
Going on to slide 41, let me ask you this. Does the data reflect that that the car pauses for a period of time while in that driveway area of Alameda?
It does, about halfway between on the driveway.
Come on down and show the jury if you will. I just sent you back, I'm sorry.
Please describe it for those of us that can't see.
Halfway during, on this, so this is the driveway right here.
Wish they had digital pointers.
So this is the driveway just for reference. We see what looks like a data point, I believe, right here. And if we click on that data point, it's going to be about a minute until this data point will show up leaving the property.
All right, and then on slide 41, we have a, what's the time stamp that you have on that one? And show the arrow to the jury too, please.
Yep, 9:45:22, and the arrow is going to be all the way down at the bottom, right across the railroad tracks, turning onto Yemassee Highway.
At 9:45?
That is correct, 9:45:22.
That would be stashing something.
All right, moving on to slide 42. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
This slide's going to show you the drive back from Alameda to Moselle. This is just a data point on Yemassee Highway. It's 9:46:01, and this one doesn't have a speed.
Going to slide 43.
This is also going to
orient the jury and tell them the data point, please.
So on the bottom you have Alameda, going through Varnville, and then heading up to Moselle. This is at 9:51:30. This is showing approximate speed of 74 miles an hour.
It's going to be top of the screen.
The top portion of that box.
That's the arrow at the top center?
That is correct.
Slide 44. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
Top of the map, you're going to see Moselle, and this is going to be on 63. This is going to be at 9:54:24. We have approximately 70 miles an hour.
And the arrow is located where?
It's going to be on the bottom.
Slide 45. What do you have right here?
This is going to be at 9:59:18. This is Moselle Road coming up to Godley Farms Road for reference.
This is the phone location.
Top portion on the left is going to be the Moselle property.
Maggie's
This
phone.
is at 9:59:18, showing a speed of 57 miles an hour.
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to be the arrival into Moselle. This is showing 10 o'clock on the dot, showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot?
That is correct.
And slide 47?
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right. Slide 48. Tell the jury about the calculations reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Alameda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during that drive was at 9:51, 43 seconds, was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52 miles an hour during that drive.
Is that average speed going to also, though, include that minute where the car paused at the driveway in Alameda?
That's correct.
The top speed was what?
80.16 miles an hour.
And at this time period, would it have been dark outside?
It would.
Let me ask you this. You're a law enforcement officer that works in this area of the state, correct?
What's the speed limit?
And have you, during the course of your law enforcement career, have to respond to emergencies or call for services and that sort of thing?
That is correct.
All right. And this particular road that we've been talking about, these roads, have they recently been paved?
They have.
And was that after the murders occurred on June 7th, 2021?
They were.
Or were you familiar with the condition of the roads and what they were like on that route prior to them being repaved?
I am.
All right. And tell the jury what running code is. If you have an emergency or a call for service, an emergency, what is running code?
Running code is where you activate your blue lights and siren, and you go above the posted speed limit at a safe fashion to get to your arrival in a safe manner.
That's when the cops turn on the lights and they're heading to the scene.
Yep, blue lights and sirens.
All right. And you're traveling as fast as you possibly can and still be reasonably safe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you had call prior to this road being paved to run code down that road?
That is correct.
All right. Would you at night, or did you ever at night, on the roads as they existed at the time of June 7th, 2021, run in code with your lights on, run 80 miles an hour down that road?
I would not, no.
And why not? Tell the jury why not.
Due to the time of night, the heavy deer population out there, as everyone could probably see, I mean, deer will run out all the time, and especially with all your lights, it attracts the deer. So it's actually worse having your blue lights on sometimes. The deer actually are kind of attracted to that light. And then also the road conditions, the road was, was a lot of potholes. And
was the defendant's top speeds on both the trip to and from Alameda in excess of any max speed in his trips previous in the day?
That'd be correct. Posted speed limit is 55 on 63.
Is Moselle 63?
All right, we've gone on now to slide 49, and tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to be a timestamp of 10:05:06 p.m., and this is showing Alex Murdaugh leaving for the kennels.
And where's the dot on this particular slide?
The dot's going to be on the bottom towards the middle, right by the house.
Moving on to slide 50, tell me what this represents.
This is also showing the drive over to the kennels. The timestamp of this is 10:05:39.
And where's the arrow?
The arrow is going to be on the bottom. You kind of see it by the field.
All right, going on to slide 51, what does this represent?
This is just saying the max speed was obtained 28 miles an hour at 10:05:49 during that trip.
Okay. And then slide 52.
This is showing the Suburban arriving at the kennels, 10:05:57 p.m.
And backing up still on slide 52, can you remind the jury, and we'll talk more about this with the timeline in a minute, but generally what time was the 911 call?
10:06. I do not know the seconds.
All right. And to your recollection, during the 911 call, did the defendant say he was returning back to the residence during that 911 call?
He did.
All right, and so we're on slide 53. What does this reflect?
This would be him heading back to the house around 10:11:54.
All right, slide 54.
This is just also showing him driving back to the house at 10:12:18 p.m.
Slide 55.
It's just another slide at 10:12:30 p.m. showing 32 miles an hour.
And where's the dot?
The dot is going to be on the bottom, and it's going to be on the main drive to the house.
Slide 56.
This is going to be at 10/13/54, showing 2 miles an hour, and it's right next to the house.
All right, slide 57.
This is just showing on that max speed from going from the kennels back to the house was at 10/12/19, and the Suburban reached 35.78 miles an hour approximately.
Slide 58.
This is just showing the drive back down to the kennels. This is during the 911 call at 10:14:30 p.m., showing approximately 24 miles an hour.
And then the final slide in this exhibit, what is that?
This is just showing the max speed at 10:14:25 of 30 miles an hour during that drive.
Does that complete your placing of those GM OnStar data points into the CAS program and these slides that you relayed to the jury?
It does.
It was a shotgun, but he went back to get the
Your
shotgun.
Honor, I'm about to move on to another exhibit that's lengthy. This might be a good time. I would request or suggest a break at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break at this time. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay. Nothing huge in there. Let's see if the judge has anything to say after the jury's gone. Alex seemed pretty animated when they were talking about the car pulling in and not in the driveway at Alameda. Looking back and forth, talking to both lawyers, seemed quite interested in something at that point. I think it's going to be the fact that, first of all, that's a family property. There's a lot of family in the area. They probably have a lot of times where a lot of them are there at the same time. It's probably very normal for people to park all over in the lawn. The satellite images we know are old. There's been growth that isn't reflected on that. I don't know the date of the satellite images. So we went back. Yeah, he did stop at the house, I believe. I don't know how long. Time of the murders is from 8:50 to 9:06. It's somewhere in that time frame. I would place it at the very beginning of that. Let's see. The firm's Suburban OnStar was encrypted. Alec knew that and thought the data was unobtainable. Thus, he used this vehicle. It took the FBI a year to decrypt it. They'd never seen it before. They'd never seen an encrypted OnStar anything. Okay. What's the logo on my shirt? This is crisis cleanup. I volunteer to take calls during like hurricane recovery and stuff like that. Did that for I was actually in the top 3 call takers during Ivan. So they sent me a shirt. It's just a volunteer place where people call if they need help getting clean up after a storm. And so I entered information in a database, and then people who are on the ground there can access my database and find people who need help, and it sort of puts volunteers with the other volunteers, and it's all a free service that we provide. So it's really cool. Let's see, parking on the lawn is a rite of passage in country. It's like a showroom for your vehicles. It is. I'm not reading a lot into that one. It's more significant to me that he parked for a minute on the driveway on the exit than that he parked on the lawn. I will say that also one thing that the defense sort of pointed out and sort of jumped on, which I think was a weak argument, is the talking about officer when you ever had an opportunity to run code on Moselle Road, how fast, is 80 miles an hour too fast type thing. Okay, this, first of all, an officer running code in a city, they know the area, they know the speed limits, they know the turns, but they probably don't know all the potholes. And someone who lives on this road and travels it 4 times a day knows all the potholes. And they know, at night if there's another car, there's going to be lights coming and stuff like that. Yes, a lot of people drive faster at night. And if you know the potholes, you know where to go in the road to swerve and miss them. Granted, the deer are still a problem. I don't believe the blue lights summon deer. Otherwise, instead of deer stands, we just all have blue lights down out in the fields, and the deer would come running. I didn't buy that at all. That was a sort of a weak argument. I do believe that the whole deer in the headlight thing, that is real, and flashing lights will sort of paralyze deer. They'll freeze. I don't believe it attracts them. We're gonna do a poll forever after the prosecution's done, just to see if people believe they've proven it. But we're gonna wait for the actual innocent, guilty, not proven, all that at the end of the defense. Ben says, I may have fallen asleep. Did I miss anything good? A lot of 4,890 or something data points. I'm seeing what Amber's sending me here. Just see. Let's see. It says, I just looked at my timeline and put some pieces together. This will be interesting as we fit this into the timeline of what we already have. Is that Team Rubicon? Is that what the logo looks like? Nope. Let's see. I'm an overachiever. No, bite me. It's because I didn't have a job and people needed help, and someone asked me if I could help, and I said yes. That's why. I had all the time in the world and nothing to do with it. Local shopkeeper. Hey, hope you're keeping well. I know it's a bit off topic, but what's your opinions on these chemical leaks in America? Thanks for the stream. Local shopkeeper. We probably will talk about some of those train derailments and the hazard chemicals tonight, maybe on the podcast. Our first episode of the podcast. Thomas and I are going to start at 9 p.m. on this channel tonight, so we'll probably get into that just a little bit more, and probably want your feedback as well. So if you can be there and ask your questions, we'd love to talk to you then. They're not putting timeline together in a format we can see, so it makes sense and comes together. They have multiple timelines, so bring it together, says Lemis. I was hoping that they would create a reenactment where there's a dot. They have enough information that they could approximate the vehicle time and have a little car on the map and show when it's going fast and when it's going slow and show it in real time. And layer different ones and say most trips are this speed. This trip was this speed. Show us the difference. Show us when it stops. Show us every time he leaves the Almeida property how he just zips through that driveway. Well, we are people of habit. We follow patterns. When we're in a familiar area, we do things the same. And then where there's a deviation from that, point that out. I think that would have more power than just saying, oh, he happened to stop at this driveway. The jury doesn't know what the driveway looks like. They don't know if there's a huge pothole there or a mud hole he's trying to get through or anything. So, let's see, what else? What did I miss? I have an excuse for being late. Holy cow, clock. Maui Bell, hopefully you got some good sleep. You missed the timeline expert going over the vehicle data. And a little bit of probably the previous agent, Kelly, I believe his name was, information and Spicy Cross by Poot as he questioned about mostly whether Alex was in a mental state where he could be questioned, which is funny because he, as his attorney, literally enabled the questioning, and then is trying to say you shouldn't have questioned him because he wasn't able to do it. So he's trying to throw out the thing he facilitated. Remember, he also stashed the Rhodes shooting gun at his mom's. Let's see. Too bad one of the potholes didn't take him out. No, I think he knows the potholes. I know the potholes in my neighborhood. Places where I drive frequently. I mean, I might drive a certain road 3 or 4 times a week, and I know when I have to sort of veer a little bit into that little the center lane. Because there's a pothole on the right-hand side as I come around a corner. I've hit it enough that I know it's there, and I'll miss it. They might fix it, and I'll still do that for the next 5 years. We're just creatures of habit. That was a weak point. I used to be married to first responder. They are the worst about speeding. No disrespect, just saying. Right, I don't believe that we're like, I would be safer because of the deer. No, cops run, when they're running code, they're getting there fast. And it's basically, how fast can I handle this corner? Yes, blue light summon deer now. Hunting will never be the same now that this is out of the bag, Ivan. We've all been doing it wrong all these years. Plenty of drove that dirt road fast. He was a fast driver. 30 miles an hour on his property, his driveway and the road down to the kennel was not paved, and he does about 30 miles an hour on that. That's quick on a dirt road. Now, it might be very smooth, but let's see. Apparently, the jury has shown body language that appears to show interest in this type of testimony. Could he be stashing his drugs at his mom's with Paul looking for them? I don't think drugs are a thing. I think that's a red herring, Tara. Yes, he probably used drugs. Yes, he probably abused drugs. Yes, he probably even bought the drugs from Cousin Eddie. But I don't believe that it's a significant factor in this case. I wanted to know, please, about rigor mortis. Wouldn't they know the time of death through that? Approximate, and I don't know. I don't think they could pin down an exact time. I don't think the medical examiner could just nail an exact time. Kmart would have a field day with the blue lights. Blue light special, deer, today only. Senior recovery addict. No, I need 3 miracles for that, DMB. I need 3 miracles. Ven, you missed a slideshow with very mundane titles. DMB, that's the other thing I wanted to point out. The software that maps this GPS data, it's awful for illustrations. It's great for data. It's awful for illustrations. It will point to a thing at the very edge of the map, cover up half the data, and say right here, and then give us the data. It really needs to have like a little line pointing to it, and put the graphic that has the data off on part of the field that we don't need to see, so we can see the actual data and the chart. And yeah, so somebody needs to rewrite that. There might be a $1 million opportunity for you for those that code to do that. Apparently, that's the thing. It's basically just a glorified Excel, right? It just does it better than Excel. Excel and Google Maps merged together with a pretty overlay. Let's see. Good teaser. It's going to be great tonight. It's going to be a fun show. This is saying he threw the phone from the car, basically. Yes, they're saying basically he drove slower there and then sped up. But it's not significant enough for it to be a smoking gun in my book. And for it to really be of interest, they would have had to get data for 2 weeks back of how fast he drives on this road. Because he drives a set speed. It's in the middle of the country. It's not a traffic issue, right? Okay, there's not like you're waiting to turn for the traffic to go by. Maybe there might be one day there might be a tractor or something you have to go around, but that's not going to happen in the middle of the night. If we had a pattern set where we could see he drives this road this fast, he's late for work, goes a little faster that day. Okay, that's great. And then this one time where the phone happens to be thrown, he slows down 10 miles an hour slower than normal. That might be significant. Can't wait for first show tonight. Me too. I'm still nervous, Ann. I really am. There was one in Canada a couple years ago. Giant explosion. We've had 2 now. I believe the second one doesn't have an explosion though. Attention, Kmart choppers. Deer in the field now by the blue light. I'm young enough to remember that. Attention, Kmart shoppers. So not really useful or clear yet. That's disappointing. But then I think it is useful. It is very clear as to what happened. I mean, now we know exactly where he was. Instead of saying we can put him in this area and in this, we've got this cell tower range. They was somewhere in this range, and we assume it was right here, type thing. Now we have the data exactly of when the vehicle moves. Let's see, 9:43, vehicle not in park. 9:43. 54 seconds later, vehicle in park. For almost a minute, vehicle not in park, right after leaving Almeida. Yeah, he stopped, parked. I wish it had data that says car door open, trunk open, things like that. That would be more of a smoking gun. And I'm surprised, honestly, it's not there. Are you active in races? I haven't done Aries races stuff in quite a while, Kevin, as far as ham radio goes. I assume that's what you're referring to. I was an Aries member. We need a kid with some Hot Wheels to act it out. DMB, if you could arrange that and have them dial in, I will definitely put it on the show. I want to see phone orientation correlated with those drives. We say howdy here. There are a few charts out there. I know that Amber's got a great one that's out there. There's another one out there on Twitter that spelled a lot and sort of interpreted the results. That would be the Brandy's. See, Brandy, I think it's the Churchwell. Brandy Churchwell's her name. Let me see if I can share this. It is just an Excel spreadsheet. It's just a list of data. But it does have fields where she sort of groups things together and explains what she thinks happens at that point. I think it's pretty good, and it seems to match up very well with what the state's doing. So you might want to look at that one as well. I saw a documentary last night where a woman was taking 500 plus pain pills a week. Maybe Eddie was just selling Alex pills at a high markup. Yeah, Eddie was making bank. He really was. If this is the state's last witness, I'll be unimpressed. So heavy on the motive evidence, but letting all the murder evidence sit back on the back shelf. They don't have a lot of murder evidence to go by. It's all circumstantial. Hard to prove guilt when you don't have evidence. It might be enough, though. They might get there. He can be convicted entirely on circumstantial evidence. Rigor happens after an amount of time, then releases. So if you don't catch it, it's not reliable, says Little Miss. We actually have I'm not sure, is it Brooklyn? Brooklyn, are you here? Mortician. with us. Maybe you can answer those questions. Will podcasts be streamed via YouTube as well? Yes, it will, Heather. It's going to be live as well. So there's going to be interaction, chat, everything. Won't have the same sound effects. I don't think we have any sound effects lined up yet, just music. DMB says Poot got his knickers in a bunch. Poot is a good lawyer. And I think had he not overplayed the emotion card in here and been more, instead of responding to the hostility of the witness, I think he could have cornered him better and gotten better and more limited answers out of that witness. The state would have come back and Cross would have rehabilitated him, but I think it would have been better, performed better had he not risen to that bait. Dear, are colorblind yet curious, especially if it's blue lights flashing. What time was the Snapchat video? Was that 8:44? Alex Murdaugh got home much later than he said. I think he was home, but he was down by the kennels is what the video, or Snapchat, the tree video, right? I'll have to look, Cass. I don't remember the timestamp of the tree video. I know that the window, what we're hearing is the window he was actually out with Paul riding around was much smaller than the 1 to 2 hours he had suggested at one point. My 2 dogs and I were resting while listening to the hypnotic voice. Alex couldn't shoot a dog but could kill his family. I know that's a small point, but it's telling to me to get over to that detail. Who provided that information, Ivan? Was that the runner? No, that was CB, right? That was his the ranch hand, who was very believable. Recovery Addict is at 9 p.m. my time. Yes, it is. And right now, for your information, it's 11:15 my time. So it's Eastern time. Ambulances ride extremely rough. They have good shocks, though. Clearly, there were a lot of deer and other animals around that area since they hunted so much. That's what would slow a person down, along with deep potholes. Of course, you learn where those are. I agree. If he told the truth to his attorneys, are allowed to lie and prove his innocence? Karen, yes. And I would hesitate on the lie part. They don't have to prove his innocence. So let me say no to that answer. If an attorney might know their client's 100% guilty, and still they will hold the state to require them to prove that client is guilty. That's what the law requires. Is you can't convict him without proving that he's guilty, and so they're going to make him work for it. By gosh, make him work for it. Where's my sound effect there? Let's see.
By gosh, make him work for it.
Right, there it is. So yeah, the attorney can know the client's guilty and still fight hard to make the state work to prove the defense, prove the guilt. Could him stopping when leaving match sending a text? Tara, it could. We should have all those text timestamps. So when we input that in the chart with what we know so far, there will be a matchup of something. So maybe if that could be the explain, Tara, that could be like the exculpatory evidence that, yes, he stopped because he was texting and he doesn't text and drive type thing. So these pickles I've never tried. They are only at Walmart. Hannah, yes, I will say that Food Lion, I'm not sure where you're at, Hannah, off the top of my head. Food Lion also has a version of them, but they cost like 13 cents more or 17 cents more per jar. They're identical. Exact same thing. Same jar, same stamp, same ink, same lid indentations, same glass markings, just a different label. Same flavor. I did a blind test eating them both, and they're both exactly the same. So you might be able to find them other places as well, but under a different brand name. But it's probably going to be a store brand. And we're talking about spicy maple bourbon pickles, which will change your life. If you want a life-changing experience, this is one that I can guarantee. They are fantastic pickles. You will not regret it. Let's see, unless you're Thal. And Thal's a pickle hater. Are the pickles worth that? $3.84? Yes, they are. They're worth every penny of it, and luckily they come in one single serving size jar, so buy a few. Okay, in Canada, the ambulances are still only front wheel drive, and being in rural Canada, I've had to dig out ambulances with only a shovel with a layer of ice to stand on. Man, Jim Bob, that sounds awful. Rosie says, testimony put me to sleep. What did I miss? It was monotonous. It was data points. It was timestamps, but it was really good data. And we get to input that into what we know already and see how it matches up. Broadway Garden, 30 is fast for a dirt road. My driveway is about half mile, and on our Tesla, 30 is terrible. Might as well be in a golf cart. They did also ride golf carts down there. I don't know how well the family is not known for treating stuff really well. Okay, look at how they treat their guns, how Paul leaves them out. Look at how I would say, is it too soon to say look at how Paul treats boats? Probably too soon there. But this vehicle is not one they paid for themselves. It was a company vehicle. So, I mean, they might drive it fast because they can. I don't know if I was creating an alibi. I don't think I'd care about potholes. Well, you wouldn't want to get a flat tire in the middle of, your alibi. I mean, I guess he sort of did get a flat tire, but he caused that one. That was a different one altogether. We're not talking about the roadside shooting. Taylor Moore has admitted to becoming an addict. Please welcome him to the group. Taylor, thank you for subscribing to the channel. You didn't know you were admitting to being an addict when you clicked the subscribe button, but now you're here. We'll wrap our arms around you and never let you go. You can't leave. Thank you for joining. Amber says they should have hired me to do it. Don't have a Walmart here. Oh, man. Rigor for gunshot wounds that traumatic wouldn't be very pinpointed, I don't think. Okay. Girl next door says, what's the chance of Alex leaving, not seeing anyone on the property, or while leaving, someone shows up and in the 30 minutes he's gone, finds Maggie and Paul, kills them, and leaves before he's gone home? Well, that would go to reasonable doubt, right? That's we would have to say, do we believe that reasonably could happen? And I have to weigh Alex's remarks, Alex's comments, Alex's lies in that to say is reasonably, does that fit? Or is it more reasonable? Or is it entirely 100% reasonable that Alex did it? How long was it at his mom's house according to OnStar? 21 minutes. 21 minutes. It's more of a lukewarm gun, not a smoking one.
May now be seated.
The judge likes that. He's just grinning. He's just happy to be in that chair, sitting in the throne again. Let's bring the jury.
Yes, sir.
Difficult question. I've talked to Mr. Waters. He thinks he's probably going to go close to lunch. I'm just yesterday. And then we've probably got 2 hours across on this witness. So we've got the short witnesses, we've got some long witnesses we could bring once they rest. We've got a motion for directed verdict, which I don't think will take that long.
Because it's going to be denied.
I mean, I don't want to start a witness today and finish him on Tuesday if it's a long witness. So should we tell maybe some 30-minute, 40-minute witnesses to be here about? I just don't want the court to sit here or have to go home without maximizing use of your time.
Well, certainly I do not like a witness to be on the stand over the weekend because we end up starting
6K subscribers party face with the party horn.
At the beginning.
Pat and confetti party face with the party horn.
It's a
Pat
3-day weekend.
and
It's not
confetti
just a
party
weekend.
face with the party horn. Pat and confetti party face with the party horn. Pat.
I want to hear the judge
We
say
have to
sorry.
be flexible, but I don't know how long all this is going to go. Is this your last witness, Mr. Waters?
Barring some need for an audible, yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Ann, for the super chat. I
You
appreciate
should be
that.
ready to do some witnesses today, I would think.
6K subscribers. That's
Assuming
you
the,
guys. Thank you so much for that. You guys are
The
amazing.
case proceeds
I appreciate
beyond
that.
directed verdict.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you know,
Thank you. I think you've answered. You don't want to start a 3 or 4 hour witness this afternoon.
Not at all. No,
Yeah,
not
okay.
at all.
Well, that answers the question. We may come up a little bit short. It's sort of hard to gauge.
So
but
maybe an early out
we've got
tonight as well.
Relatively short witnesses, and then we've got rather long
Hey,
witnesses.
what's the height of the witness have to do with
Thank you,
this?
Your Honor.
Don't be prejudicial to short people.
I want to put on the record that I received a note from the jury
Foreman?
after returning from lunch yesterday. The jury somehow thought that they would elect their own foreperson.
They're pushing back.
And asked me if they
Could vote again and change it.
whether there was a reason for appointing someone else or if we could keep the same foreperson. I don't know who gave them the notion that that
every court
they
in America
would select their own foreperson. And I know, as I told them, that it's done differently in different places. I appoint forepersons, and I did not change. I did not accede to them saying we already have a foreperson. But that was the reason I gave an explanation right after lunch.
They shouldn't have a foreperson.
Explaining to them that the fact that you are a foreperson doesn't give you any more authority than any other juror.
They should not have a foreperson. They're not supposed to be talking about
but
this.
I want to
They're
make
not supposed
this
to elect one.
note a part of the record.
That might be a concern. I bet Putin
If I could
is going to jump
also,
on
if
this.
we conclude this witness, and obviously I would request at the conclusion of that witness that there be at least a brief recess just to do an exhibit check and any housekeeping. If we are going to rest at that time, if I could have an opportunity quickly to do that outside of the presence of the jury.
Okay.
2 short witnesses, it sounds like, at best, this afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Very good. Bring the jury.
That's a good soundbite. I'm going to use that one. Bring the jury. Okay. Let's see. I thought that was a problem. I thought I heard something that was more of an issue than Putin seems to. Putin. I called him Putin again. Poot seems to have jumped on. The jury seems to have said, we already have a foreperson. They're not supposed to discuss the trial amongst themselves at all. That's why in the instructions at the end of the, before they're sent out to deliberate, they're told the first thing you're going to do is select a jury. They're finally able to talk to each other and like, hey, how are you doing? Good. If they already have a foreperson, they've been talking. Why would Harpootlian not say, hey, we have a problem? Am I off base here? Any legal minds? Am I just making a mountain out of a molehill? Harpootlian's talking to family members. There's Buster. He's talked to the other brother as well.
Very well. You may continue.
May it please the court, Your Honor. All right. Special Agent Rudolsky, we just finished with the GM OnStar data. That was 524. And again, just to remind the jury, you prepared 2 timelines. One is 520, which is the big one, correct?
That is correct.
With a more expansive timeline relevant to June 7th, correct?
I have more to say. I didn't make myself clear, Matthew and DMV.
And this one, which is 519, which is a condensed version of this that focuses just on the evening hours of the day of the murders, correct?
That is correct.
All right. At this time,
It sounded like the jury had already selected their own foreman, saying, can we just keep the one we have already instead of the one you appointed to us? The note sounded like it said, can't we just keep what we have? Do we have to use the new one or keep what we have? Which means they would have been discussing case stuff, like deliberation type, not necessarily facts. But
all right, just real quick, I want to go through this opening page,
so you can see
and this is the condensed one, 519. Is that correct? Up on the screen.
That is correct.
All right, and has your name on it, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then we have a reference guide right here, and if you would just explain just some of the various sources of information that have been admitted before this jury that you ultimately synthesize into this summary timeline.
That was my concern, high speed.
What we have here is we're going to have cell bright extraction report. It's going to be for Paul Murdaugh, which as you go through this timeline, PM is going to refer to Paul Murdaugh. We're going to have AM, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's cell phone extraction, and then MM, which is going to be Maggie Murdaugh. So anytime you see the abbreviations, that's what it's going to refer to. We have their cell phone extractions here. We also have the FBI telemetry report. We have the FBI CAS data. We also have different reports from the phones, like the Axiom reports. We have an ALPR report in here, which is actually probably not in the condensed one. That's going to be automated license plate reader data for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes. We're also going to have some Snapchat data and then data from Rogan Gibson, Paul Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh's CDRs, which is the call data records from Verizon.
A ton of data.
Pause you real quick. So we have extractions. Tell the difference to the jury, and I don't mean to point out with the stick, between an extraction and then CDRs or sealed data records, please.
So the extraction is going to be what, like Britt Dove testified, what he actually extract out of the phone. And then the CDRs is going to be what Verizon testified, which is going to be their records of phone calls and text messages. So two separate data sources from two separate entities.
All right, and continue on, please, with the remainder of the data in your summary timeline.
We have referenced here a couple different, like Knowledge C database. That's kind of like the Axiom database. It's just another database that was, records were provided to me from. We also have a PMPED building access log. And then in the big timeline, we have the 911 recordings. And then just want to point out a Dylan Hightower extraction. That would have been the first phone extraction of Alex's phone 2 days after the 7th.
All right.
And then we have the GM OnStar data.
Okay. All right, and then down at the bottom here, we have some color-coded things on the left of the screen and then a box on the right. So quickly explain to the jury what those reference points mean, please.
On the right of the screen, you're going to see the 2021 Suburban log file excerpt. Farkowski from FBI had that Excel sheet with all the different colors and everything. This is going to be a reference guide, so when you're going through this, what the colors actually mean on the data.
Right, and then, give an example of what you mean by that.
So you're going to see kind of that reddish, pinkish color. That's going to mean that the infotainment center is booting up. So when we go through this timeline, you're going to see that data section highlighted with that color. That's what you'll know is happening with the data.
This is going to be confusing.
If you see pink, it's going to be a propulsion. When you see blue, it means that it's either in and out of park. And that's kind of just how we're going to be reading it as we go along the timeline.
All right, and then these addresses have colors over here, and just, we don't have to go through every one, but the first one, that red one, what one is that?
4147 Moselle Road.
All right, so if we see that little red box with an arrow on it, that's Moselle on the map?
That is correct.
And then the green is what?
It's going to be Almeda, the Almeda property.
Okay. And we'll talk about the others as we go through. All right. All right, let's start moving through it.
Thank you. Okay.
Just give me 1 second.
This is going to be long, I think. It is going to be confusing. With all the data points, I mean, the jury's like, the infotainment starts booting up, things like that.
All right, so this timeline, this condensed timeline begins roughly when?
Around 6 p.m.
All right, on what day?
June 7th, 2021.
All right, and let's start at 6:04, and I want to move through this expeditiously, and we'll stop and talk about some specific entries as we go through, okay?
Okay.
All right, and so starting there at 6:04, does Paul Murdaugh have any phone activity?
He does. He calls Will Loving. And as you can see in the parentheses, it's going to say PM extraction. That means it was pulled off of Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction, just for reference.
All right, and Will Loving, that's the individual that testified weeks ago?
That is correct.
And 6:08, what activity we see on Paul's phone?
He makes an outgoing call to Dad, which is identified as Alex Murdaugh. It shows answered, but 1 second long.
All right, and what was the source of that information?
That was from Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction. It does not show up in Alex Murdaugh's original logical dump or the second one from Britt Dove, but it does show up on his CDRs from Verizon. So that'd be the records that Verizon actually keeps for the phone.
All right, and can a user of a phone affect the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone company?
They cannot, no.
Or can the user affect what data remains on their phone?
Yes.
And frequently throughout this timeline, do we
Dallas,
see
that's what I was
instances
thinking
in
right
which
here.
there was a call logged on on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but was missing from his phone from the extraction?
That is correct.
Don't leave the witness.
All right. Can you explain any difference between the CDRs as it relates to Alex Murdaugh's phone and whether or not there's any missing call logs on the extraction from his phone?
As we go through this extraction, you're going to see that multiple instances we're going to have calls showing on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs that are not, that we could not find on the logical
small
extraction
button here.
or the Brit Dove full extraction of Alex's phone. And that's going to be notated on the bottom if it was not in the extraction.
All right. 6:09:48. Do we have any communications on Maggie's phone?
This is going to be a iMessage from Maggie Murdaugh to Paul Murdaugh stating, "You okay getting little foot massage, then I'm heading home." And that was obtained from Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh's phone extractions.
At 6:10:01, going to the bottom of this page, that being page number 2, is there another message from Maggie to Paul Murdaugh?
This is also going to be iMessage to Paul stating, "Love you and Blanca cooked you dinner."
Moving on to page 3. And what does this reflect right here?
This is going to be from FBI agent Matt Wild. This is going to be from his report. This is for Paul Murdaugh. You're going to identify that on the right-hand corner where it says Paul. Just for reference, anytime you see a map, if you look on the right-hand corner, it's going to tell you whose map that is for.
All right. And just generally remind the jury what this map reflects, please.
This is just showing generally where the cell towers are located and where the area, whenever like a phone call or text message, where it was pinging during that time for Paul.
And these little red things right here with the angles on it, what do those reflect?
That's going to be where the cell tower is and what angle the call would have originated or take place from.
All right. And down at the bottom, what's the first time recorded for Paul's cell phone as it pings on these cell towers?
It's going to be 6:17:42.
And can you describe to the jury generally where these cell towers reflect Paul's phone is moving?
So it'd be at the Beaufort area down the right-hand side, moving up towards Moselle, which you can see in the far right corner, that little badge-looking red dot.
All right. Up here at the top center, what is that right there?
That's going to be an arc. It's just a distance arc.
But the red dot, what is that?
The red dot, that's going to be 4147 Moselle Road.
All right. And what times does Paul's phone ping off any cell tower near Moselle?
6:53 p.m., 7:05, and 7:30:05.
All right, and we see a 3 right there. Does that refer, or what does that 3 refer to as it relates to that cell tower location near Moselle?
It's just going to show you what side of the cell tower it's on, what arc.
And what time does it first ping on Sector 1 facing Moselle?
7:05:33 p.m.
All right, moving to continue on page 3. We have a time reference at 6:20:53. Can you explain to the jury what, if anything, that indicates?
We have Maggie Murdaugh. She received a phone call from Proctor Marion. That's how it showed up in her phone. Through the phone number, it's actually Marion Proctor. That's just how it relays in the phone.
It's her sister.
And it shows rejected.
All right, and after that, what, if any, communications were there?
Right after that, at 6:21:28, Maggie Murdaugh sends a text message to Marion stating, "Can't talk, getting food massage, we'll call you back." That was from her phone extraction.
Love those food massages.
Moving on to 6:23, are there any communications with Maggie and Paul?
There are. Paul sends a message to his mom at 6:23:27 stating, "What did she make?" And then Maggie replies back shortly after saying, "Country fried steak and mac and cheese."
Below that, we have a orange and blue box. What does that represent?
So this is going to be from the FBI telemetry data from that Excel spreadsheet that's already into evidence. And this is just showing with that color coordination I talked about earlier. The orange is going to show a system startup. And from previous testimony, that could be, unlocking a car, locking it, getting in close range with the key fob, opening up the rear hatch. Just something that makes, when you get in your car, you kind of hear that noise before you start it up, the telemetry. It's just inner workings, anything could really cause it.
Well, I'm asking you, going back to that map, the incident location at Moselle where Paul and Maggie were found murdered, what county is that in?
That's going to be Colleton County. And then if you look, we have the pink, which is going to kind of show propulsion, and then blue, which is going to show some kind of shift in the vehicle transmission.
All right, down to the bottom, 624, what is that?
624-2, that shows from the FBI report, telemetry report, that the Suburban shows a device connection.
That would be Alex Murdaugh's phone?
That'd be correct.
Okay. Moving on to 6:24 p.m. Is there any data points as it relates to the defendant's Suburban?
It is. We have one at 6:24:18 around the PMPED law firm.
All right, and what time is that? No, 6:24?
6:24:18, correct.
All right, and that map there, is that a data point from the CAS data that you just explained to the jury?
That is correct.
All right. Moving down, we have some various messages from some of the individuals, is that right?
We do.
Okay.
We have Alex Murdaugh receiving a phone call from Jay Parker at 6:25. 6:27, Paul is sending a message to Britt saying maybe Saturday. He calls Robert Boyle shortly after, and then at 8:38 p.m., Rogan calls Marianne Dempsey.
And to your recollection, what is Marianne Dempsey to Rogan at this period of time?
I believe it's a girlfriend currently at the time.
All right, moving on to page 5. What does this map represent? And who is this from, this map?
This is going to be from Matt Wild from the FBI. This is directly from his report.
And what phone does this map reflect?
Top right, it's going to say Alex Murdaugh with associated cell phone.
All right, and then there's a box below that. Explain to the jury again what that box represents.
So the box below that, that's going to represent all the times that the pings were logged that Matt Wild actually put in the report.
And then the black circle with the angle in the middle, what is that?
That's going to show you the cell tower and then the kind of angle that the calls or texts would have been in.
And what property is in the sector of that cell tower?
4147 Moselle Road. And it's identified by that red badge-looking dot.
All right. On here, this box with the times, those are times of what again?
This would have been times of activity that would send to a cell tower that they would have data on.
In the 6 o'clock hour, what is the latest time period that you see Alex Murdaugh's phone reflecting activity?
6:52 p.m.
And then after that, what's the next time period that you've seen reflecting activity?
The next time showing on the map is going to be 9:04:24 p.m.
Does the defendant's cell phone reflect any activity between 6:52 and 9:04?
Between 6:52 and 9:04, there is no activity reflected.
At least on the cell pinging.
That is correct.
All right, at 6:40:01, what activity, if any, is reflected?
Paul calls, and it's going to show up as PA in the extraction, which is Alex Murdaugh based on the phone number. It shows it was answered. It was 2 minutes and 29 seconds long. This call also does not show up in the phone extractions for Alex Murdaugh, just on his CDRs.
It was in the defendant's CDRs?
That is correct.
All right.
And it was also in Paul's phone. It shows the phone call.
6:42, and what if anything's reflected?
We have a Suburban device connection to iPhone from the FBI report at 6:42:48, and at 6:42:54, we show the Suburban arrives at 4147 Moselle Road based on the GM OnStar data.
All right, and going on to page 6, is that your CAS map reflecting that data point you just described?
That is correct. It's going to be the 6:42:54 data point.
And what happens at that moment?
That's when Alex Murdaugh is going to arrive back from the PMPED law firm from work that day.
All right, moving on. 6:43:50, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Maggie Murdaugh's phone had a missed call from PA, which is Alex Murdaugh. It shows missed, but also it shows up in Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but does not show up in either one of the phone extractions.
All right, and moving
It's
on,
deleted from Maggie's
we have
phone.
a couple of the orange and white boxes. Tell the jury again what those reflect.
So these are just going to reflect some kind of system boot up. Doesn't mean the car moved or did anything. It just means that door was opened. It just something triggered the car to kind of do a little internal boot up from previous testimony.
At 6:53:44, what if any activity do you see?
Paul Murdaugh calls John Marvin. It shows 1 minute and 42 seconds long, and that's based off of Paul's phone extraction.
So your understanding, when you see those times of the call lengths, does that also include connection time as well?
It does. Based on previous testimony from Verizon, that could include how long it takes to
connect,
to get the actual network connected.
All right, and then at the 7 o'clock hour, what if any communications are on Paul's phone?
So Paul sends a text message to Claude CB Rowe saying, "Are you coming tomorrow?" And then shortly after, he sends another text saying, "Sunflowers died. We need to plow them under ASAP." And that was based off his phone extraction.
Moving on now to page 7. Do we have some activity at 7:02:29?
We do. Maggie Murdaugh calls Alex Murdaugh. It shows 2 seconds, and this also does not show on Alex Murdaugh's extraction. It shows on his CDRs, and it also shows on Maggie's phone that Maggie called Alex, but does not show on Alex's phone that that call was there.
Missing from his phone, though, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Missing in the call log of the phone.
All right, 7:03 to 7:11. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
His phone's showing approximately 165 steps taken during that time frame.
And then what happens at 7:04?
7:04, through the catch data database, it shows that Paul Murdaugh is at the residence of 4147 Moselle Road.
Does Maggie's phone reflect any activity as we move on to the 7:04 time period?
Her phone showed that between 7:04 and 8:17, her phone was showed a Bluetooth connection to MBUX 95224, which is her Mercedes-Benz.
And so anytime we see MBUX 95224, what, if anything, does that represent?
That's going to reflect her Mercedes-Benz.
MB for Mercedes-Benz?
That is correct.
All right. Moving on, at 7:05, does Maggie call anyone?
She does. She calls Marion at 7:05:13. It shows answered 7 seconds.
At 7:05:55, is there any reflection of a communication between Alec and Maggie Murdaugh?
There is. Alex sends a message to, in his phone, it's Maggie May, stating, "Paul said you were getting a petty. Call when you done." That's from the Alex. That's from the extraction.
Moving on, do we have any communications between Maggie and Paul during this time period?
At 7:05:32, we have Maggie calling Paul. It shows answered 1 minute and 31 seconds.
And then does Maggie attempt to call Marion again?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm sorry, that would be at the bottom of the screen.
Yep, that'd be the 7:07:49. Maggie Murdaugh calls Marion. And when it says Marion, it's Marion Proctor.
All right, moving on to page 8, we have another map. Can you generally explain what this represents to the jury, please?
So in the top right-hand corner, we have Maggie Murdaugh with the associated phone number. We have 2 points, 4147 Moselle Road in the red, and the green's going to be the Almeda property. When you're looking at this map, number 1's going to be closer to Charleston, and it's working its way. Maggie is working her way towards Moselle in this map.
All right, and the first time period you see on dot number that's numbered 1?
It's going to be 7:07:49
And
p.m.
the latest time period you see on the dot that's numbered 5?
That is correct. That's going to be in the Walterboro area. It's going to be 7:50:20. 7:50:20 is going to be the latest dot, and that's in the Walterboro area.
Hold tight while the fire department goes by, blaring the horn.
All right, moving on, looking down at 7:09:43, what, if any, activity do we see on Maggie's phone?
Maggie calls her mom. It shows answered 8 minutes and 17 seconds long.
Would that be Ms. Brandstetter?
That is correct.
We have an orange box. Tell the jury that quickly, please.
So that's just showing a system boot up. Could have been getting close to the Suburban, unlocking it, locking it, opening up a door, or it could just be some kind of internal components based on previous testimony from the FBI.
Right. After that, we have 2 entries. Can you tell the jury what those 2 entries are, the time periods, and what they represent, please?
Yep. So the next 2 entries is going to be 7:14:13 to 7:22:19. It's going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 208 steps traveled during that time period. And the one below it's going to be 7:15:35 to 7:21:52. This is going to be from Alex's phone, showing that approximately 200 steps were taken during that time frame. So we have 208 steps taken from Paul during his time frame, and then Alex is around 200 steps traveled.
And both those time periods for those steps for Alec and Paul, are those generally roughly the same?
Generally the same.
Consistent?
That's correct.
7/18/44, what if any activity do you see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a text message to CB Rowe saying, "Call me please."
Going now to page 9. At the top, those two entries, again, explain those two entries to the jury.
So the first entry is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone from 7:25:03 to 7:34:47, and it's showing 139 steps taken during that time period. This is approximate. 7:28:35 to 7:37:11 is going to be Alex Murdaugh's iPhone, showing approximately 47 steps traveled during that time period.
All right, 7:30 p.m., we have another data point indicating Maggie's trip home to Moselle.
That is correct.
All right, we got another map. Tell the jury what this one is, please.
This map's just showing that, her phone was pinging. It's starting at 7:30.
Whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh. It's going to be in the right-hand corner. It's going to say Paul Murdaugh with the phone number on top. This is just showing where his phone was pinging on June 7, 2021, starting at 7:30, and then all the way to 8:40 p.m.
All right, we see two cell towers there and then some arcs. Where do those arcs intersect?
The arcs intersect close to the property at Moselle Road.
And if you would, just tell the jury the earliest time that's reflected here and the latest time that's reflected here.
The earliest time reflected is going to be 7:30:05, and the latest time reflected is going to be 7:40:21 p.m. on June 7, 2021.
So Paul's phone is at the Moselle location according to this data.
That is correct.
All right. Bottom of page 9. Do we have any communications between Maggie and Marion Proctor?
We do. At 7:31:13 p.m., we show a call from Maggie to Marion at 7:39, which is the length of the call.
7 minutes and 39 seconds?
That's correct.
Does that include connection time as well?
It does.
Do we have any step data on Paul's phone in a time period around this time?
Paul's phone shows between 7:35:10 and 7:41:43. It shows roughly around 171 steps traveled during that time frame.
7:37 and 7:38. Do we see any activity on Paul's phone with some of his friends?
Yeah, Paul receives a Snapchat message from Michelle Beck stating, BC, I have short-term memory loss, and that was based off his phone extraction. And then Paul Murdaugh receives an iMessage from Megan Kimbrell stating, Paul.
All right, moving now to page 10. Going to 7:39:55. Can you tell the jury what that data point reflects on your summary timeline?
So from earlier testimony, you've seen this this video. This is just a thumbnail picture, and this is when it's showing it was created in Paul Murdaugh's phone. And we have a little screenshot of the creation time. It's going to show 7:39:55 is when this thumbnail was created in Paul's phone.
And remind the jury what video that is. I see we got a thumbnail there, but
Yep.
what video is that?
This is going to be that Snapchat video that was sent to a few friends of the tree. You have Alex Murdaugh on the tree that's leaning over.
All right, and again, this is when that video, at least the timestamp, was its creation?
That's correct.
Okay, there's the creation time, 7:39:55. Not the upload time.
7:41 to 7:48. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
We show that 29 steps were traveled on his phone, approximately between 7:41 and 7:48.
All right, and just talked about the Snapchat video. Looking at this map, whose phone is this? And explain these data points to the jury, if you would, please. Or whose phone is this first, if you would, please?
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone, and below it, it's going to be his iPhone location data. So this is not going to be Verizon location. This is going to be location data directly off of his phone.
So this is GPS data that's more specific?
That is correct.
All right, and we see a number of dots up here. What is this area up here generally sort of in the center of this image?
That's going to be the kennel area, and then there's that little house.
The cabin?
The cabin.
All right, and what time periods in that upper box do we see GPS data on Paul's phone up there in the kennel cabin area?
We're seeing between 7:45 and 7:54 is location data for that area.
754 or 756?
7:56, sorry, it's hard to see.
All right. And then we have 2 data points at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, where is generally that on the property?
That's going to be what previous testimony talked about, like a dove field.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be past the main house, closer to the Godley Farm roadside, and that's going to be a data point at 8 and 42 seconds and 8 and 44 seconds.
8 p.m.?
That's correct, 8 p.m., June 7th.
Oh, darn it.
I wish he would discover full screen.
And then down at the bottom
awesome.
of page 10, is there any step data on Paul's phone?
There is. It shows approximately 89 steps traveled during
what time periods?
7:45 p.m. to 7:55.
Moving on to page 11, we have a map. Tell the jury whose phone that is and what that data point is, please.
So this is going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be Verizon location data. And what we see here is the tower and then the arc of the tower. This is going to be in the Walterboro area. The time is 7:50:03 p.m.
All right, and moving down, we're starting to see some references, and there's a little battery symbol on the side. What does that represent?
So that's going to represent battery life. So right here, this is going to be at 7:52:28. It's going to show Paul Murdaugh's iPhone battery at 7%.
And in your review generally of Paul's cell phone data, was it generally consistent for him to continue to use his phone even if he had a low battery life on it?
That's correct.
All right. And is that also consistent with the testimony from David Grubbs from yesterday or the day before?
Previous testimony, yes.
All right, below that, 7:55 time period, we have 2 entries. Can you explain those 2 entries to the jury and how they relate to each other, if anything?
So 7:55:44 to 8:05:28, we have Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 262 steps traveled. And a close time frame from 7:55:32 to 8:05:07, we show Alex's iPhone traveling approximately 270 steps during that time period.
And then at 7:56, what is reflected as it relates to that Snapchat video?
This is when the Snapchat video referencing Alex Murdaugh would have been sent through Paul's Snapchat account to his friends, based on previous testimony.
And it was created, you already testified to this, but it was created when?
I believe 7:39:55.
And it was sent out to his friends when?
At 7:56 p.m.
Moving on to page 12 at
Dying battery
7:57.
life.
Does one of his friends respond?
Yes, he receives a Snapchat message from Brian Murdaugh.
Oops, sorry.
Stating, "Damn, man, needs some straps, oh it."
All right. Now we're moving into the 8 p.m. hour on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, we have a map here. First of all, in the right corner, whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his iPhone location data.
Clapping hands, grinning face with big eyes.
And
Thank you. I'm not here for
the
the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you for being one of the 6.
It's sort of the top center, more to the right. Where does that location generally?
That's going to be the little cabin on the property.
All right. And what is the data point? What's the time on that data point up there?
I believe it says 8:06:20 p.m.
All right. And then we see the dots sort of moving down. And in what direction are they generally moving?
That's moving towards the main house on the property.
All All right, and then down at the bottom of the screen, at what time do we see that data point stop at the main residence?
8:14.
What's the first data point then?
8:08:45 and then 8:14.
Paul's at the main
PM.
residence at what time? First?
8:08:45 p.m.
Mars House. Thank you for a month. Woohoo, made it a month. Love me some RA. Thank you very much. Aqua looks good on you. Thank you, Mars.
All right, and just on page 13, we have some earlier data points. Is this map kind of out of order just a little bit?
It is. So this is just going to be earlier data points at 8:05:14 and 8:04:45, just showing some location data from his iPhone.
All right. So that one should have gone before this one, the one at the bottom of page 12.
That is correct.
Which reflects Paul again getting back to the main residence at what time?
So it's out of order.
8:08:45 p.m.
Looking below, again on page 13, do we see 2 entries for Paul and Alex's phone? And if so, please explain to the jury what they are.
So for Alex's phone, we show between 8:05 and 8:09 that his phone approximately took 54 steps traveled during that time period. And then for Paul, we show 8:05:46 to 8:15:24. We show approximately 303 steps traveled during that time period.
Moving on to page 14, do we see that same map again of Paul's phone reflecting him arriving at the residence at 8:08?
8:08:45, correct.
And then still pinging there at what time, at the bottom time?
8:14 p.m.
All right. Again, at 8:07, what, if anything, do we see?
At 8:07:20, we see that Paul is sending Snapchats to a few friends. That's based off his Snapchat records.
All right, the next entry is in purple, and then there's kind of a line going from that. Explain what that purple reference, that time period references, and then the line that travels down the side of your timeline. Explain to the jury what that's going to represent generally to the various phones as we go forward.
As we go forward, anytime you see in purple, that's going to represent Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And for this instant, it's going to represent on the left-hand side, the line going down. Anytime you see a line next to something, that means whatever it says on the left. So if it says device locked, it means the device was locked during those other time periods. So this is going to show from 8:11:08 to 8:31:15 that Maggie's iPhone was locked. And as we move down, you can see it continue to the next page. That means during those times it's locked.
All right, so we'll see multiple of those as you go forward, just explaining time periods where various devices were locked or other things were going on.
That is correct.
All right. Moving on to page 15, we have a map. Explain to the jury whose phone this is and what it represents.
So this is going to be for CB Row, and this is a overview map. You can see Augusta, the North Augusta area, and it's showing the sector and the tower that it's pinging off of at 7:13:15 in the North Augusta area.
You say 7:13 or 8:13?
I'm sorry, 8:13:15.
All right. So
So
CB Rowe's
he's
phone
nowhere
is
near.
pinging over here, way over here in Augusta. Is that right?
That is correct.
Every time he shows a partial map at the bottom of the screen, it looks like a
All right,
pop-up
moving to
ad,
the next
and I
map.
wanna click it and make it go
Whose
away.
phone is this? If you could tell whose phone this is, and then what data points you see on this particular map.
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone location data, so it's going to be separate from like Verizon location data. And this is showing at the area of the main house, bottom left, and the data starts at 8:14 and goes all the way to 8:35:07.
8:35. Paul's phone is located where?
At the main house, 4147 Moselle Road.
And down at the bottom of page 15, do we have any step reference for Paul?
We do from 8:15:55 to 8:21:45. We're showing approximately 140 steps traveled.
Paul arrived back at the residence about 8:08, you testified, is that correct?
That is correct.
At 8:17 and 14 seconds, what, if anything, do you see on Maggie's phone?
So it's highlighted purple in reference to Maggie. It's going to show that her phone ended at the connection to the Mercedes-Benz, which is the MBUX 95224. It shows that it's unplugged.
And what does that mean? What does that reference mean as it relates to Maggie's phone and the Mercedes she was driving?
It means that she unplugged her phone
from that vehicle. And the data generally reflects that she's at the residence at that point?
That is correct.
Paul 808, Maggie 817.
That is correct.
I'm getting anxiety from Paul's phone dying. Are you guys feeling the same?
Alex's last data point on his phone was 6:52, right?
That is correct, based on the Verizon records.
We have at 8:17:44 p.m., do we have a battery reference for Paul?
We do. It shows that his iPhone was at 4% battery life at that time.
As we continue forward, do we see Paul continue to use his phone?
We do.
At 8:17 to 8:18, what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing approximately 38 steps taken during that time frame.
All right. And that would be after her phone disconnects from the Mercedes?
That's correct.
8:19 p.m., what do we see on Paul's phone?
We see that he connects to a PRTC Wi-Fi and that he receives a Snapchat message from Ansley Wilson stating he got the magic touch. And he also sends another outgoing text message or Snapchat message.
All right. Now, PRTC, his phone connects to PRTC. What is PRTC?
So PRTC is going to be the local internet telephone provider for this area.
All right.
So it's just showing a Wi-Fi connection.
And was PRTC, to your knowledge, providing services to Moselle Road?
They were providing services to the main house and then the cabin.
All right, going below that, we have a series of communications. And whose communications are these going sort of back and forth, a series of communications?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's series of communications.
All right. And I'm not going to read each one or have you read each one, but are these generally communications going back and forth with his friends?
That is correct.
And on this page, they start about what time and continue through about what time?
You guys are so bad.
Start around 8:23 and go all the way to 8:29.
Well,
I think we keep on going down. Yeah, about 8:30.
All right.
It's about 8:23 to 8:30.
All right, at 8:30 to 8:33 p.m., what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing that her phone took approximately 42 steps traveled during that time period.
All right. And that starts at what time that Maggie's phone starts reflecting steps?
8:30 p.m.
About 8:30. Going on to the next page, page 17. Going back just real quick on page 16, generally that series of communications with Paul and his friends, is he generally responding fairly quickly to the communications back and forth?
He is either, it's their Snapchat and iMessages. He's responding and using those two applications very frequently.
Now we're at the top of page 17 at 8:31 p.m. Describe to the jury generally what this data entry is.
So this is going to be a group message from John Marvin Murdaugh. It's talking about how they're planning to go visit their dad tomorrow and asking if anyone else is going. Listed here, everyone that's in that group message.
And that's generally a number of family members?
That is correct.
And the dad they're referring to is who?
It's going to be Alex's dad.
Mr. Randolph?
That is correct.
And based on your knowledge of the investigation, he had a turn for the worst health-wise around this time?
That is correct.
All right, well, let's talk about that very quickly. Did the defendant receive, or did his phone receive that text?
His phone and Maggie's phone both received the text message.
And did the defendant ever read that text according to the phone at least?
According to the phone, it was not read until the following day, 6/8 of 21 at 1:44:49 p.m.
And that text came in at what time?
8:31 on the dot.
And did Maggie read that text right away, at least according to the phone, her phone?
She did not.
All right. And when did her phone finally read that text?
Around 8:49:26.
What time?
8:49:26 is when Maggie read that text.
8:49.
8:49.
At 8:31, what, if any, entry do we see?
So at the 8:31:15, Maggie Murdaugh's phone unlocks and does orientation changes. And then at 8:31:18 to 8:49:26, we show that her phone was locked.
At 8:31, there's an orientation change. Does the data reflect that her phone was unlocked at that period of time?
That is correct.
All right. And then what happens after that at 8:31 and 18 seconds?
Her device is locked until 8:49:26.
8:49:26, is that correct?
8:49:26.
All right. At 8:32:25, we have an entry in green and then a line going down. Can you explain to the jury those time periods and what, if any, significance they have?
So green is going to reflect Paul Murdaugh. Anytime you've seen green, it's going to be Paul, and purple is going to be Maggie. That's reflecting that his iPhone moved approximately 283 steps during that time period. So on the left-hand side, as we go down, and you're going to see other data entry points, if you see the green next to it, that means that those steps are being traveled during that time frame.
And now we have a map. Whose phone is that?
This is also going to be Paul Murdaugh's, and this is going to be his iPhone location data.
All right. And where is that iPhone location data located?
That's going to be at the kennel area of the property.
All right. And tell me the time periods that he is at the kennels at this point in time.
At this point in time, he's at the kennels at 8:38:07 p.m., 8:44:53, 8:44:55, and 8:44:56.
Now we're approaching the time. I think there's a video in here.
What happens at 8:40 while Paul's phone is at the kennels?
Paul calls Rogan Gibson. It shows answered for 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Starting at what time?
8:40:20.
If you have about a 4-minute call, what time does that end?
8:44.
At 8:44:34, what, if anything, does Paul's phone indicate?
So at 8:44:34, Paul Murdaugh initiates a FaceTime video call with Rogan Gibson. It shows answered 11 seconds long. And that's based off of Paul and Rogan's information.
And then at 8:44:55, what does it reflect on Paul's phone?
This is when this video was extracted and created through Paul's phone, which shows Alex, Maggie, and, well, you can hear Alex, Maggie, and Paul in the background.
That's the kennel video at 8:44.
That's a kennel video that's been in previous testimony, correct.
Following below that, at 8:47 and 8:48, does Paul continue to communicate with his phone?
He does. He uses the iMessage feature in his phone to send a couple messages to Megan Kimbrell. And it looks like it's based off of movie recommendations.
Are those communications for 10 minutes or just for a couple of minutes or a minute or so?
A minute or so.
Going to the top of page 19. What time do we see there?
8:48:29.
And what's going on? What's Paul doing?
He's receiving a message from Megan, and we have some backlight on data at 8:48:56.
All right. And the next entry, tell me the time periods for that entry.
8:48:58 to 8:49:01.
All right. And what happens there?
Paul Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked.
Ever?
Ever. $8:49:01.
And the next activity that we'll see on Paul's phone occurred when?
We have a backlight off from 8:49 to...
Going back to 8:48 to 8:49:01, you said that was when Paul's phone was last unlocked?
That is correct.
And continue on with that data entry, what does it indicate? What's the next time ever that Paul's phone shows any activity?
10:18. That's when...
And the 8:48 to 8:49 p.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. Next activity notification is going to be the Rogan Gibson call at 9:58:35. That's the next time that any activity or notification shows up on his phone.
Not a call.
Looking at this entry with the green line on the right side, what are those time periods there, and what do they represent starting at 8:49:01?
Starting at 8:49:01 to 10:34:23, Paul's phone shows device locked.
Alex's phone was in the house. Left it in the house.
And until it died at 10:34:23.
It was not.
8:49:01 is the last time before that Paul had ever unlocked his phone.
That is correct.
Just a few seconds later, does Maggie's phone reflect any activity?
It does. 8:49:26, so approximately 26 seconds later, her phone unlocks for text message notification, and it implements an orientation change.
And was that text message about Mr. Randolph that you earlier referred to?
That is correct, that group message. I believe it was in response to Lynn.
And at 8:49:31, here in red, what happens to Maggie's phone? Just seconds later.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone locks forever.
Forever. Until when?
Until it's recovered the next day at 1:10 p.m.
On June 8th.
On June 8th by law enforcement.
Do both Maggie and Paul's phone lock forever around 8:49?
They do.
At 8:49:35, does Paul's phone receive a text from anyone?
It does. It receives a text from Rogan Gibson.
And what does that text say?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, referring to his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. That shows unread.
You never read that?
Never read it.
According to the investigation, is that the conversation that Paul and Rogan were actively engaged in starting at 8:40?
That is correct.
The kennel video was at what time?
8:44.
And did the defendant repeatedly deny that he was ever at those kennels with the victims just minutes before their phones go silent forever?
Objection. Basis for the objection.
Leading. It's leading.
Don't lead the witness. Restate the question.
Did the defendant repeatedly deny ever being at the kennels at that time period?
Yes, he did. various interviews with law enforcement.
And was that kennel video? What time was that kennel video?
8:44.
And what time did Paul and Maggie's phones go silent forever?
8.
Answered it several times.
Objection is overruled.
8:49 is when their phones went silent forever.
At 8:53, do we see any activity on Maggie's phone?
We do. At this time, as you can see to the right, her phone is locked, but we do see that 59 steps were traveled over the period of 8:53 to 8:55.
And that just means the phone was moving, correct?
That is correct.
Do we see some orientation changes as well?
We do. Between 8:53:08 and 8:55:32, we see various orientation changes, which would indicate that someone has the phone based on previous testimony.
Moving on to page 20. At the top, we have 8:55, and we have a reference to a data point. Can you explain that to the jury, whose phone that is, and just generally what that is based on information gathered in the investigation?
8:55:48?
8:55:48, yes, sir.
That's just a internal application running in the background for Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It's just the iPhones will take a random snapshot of what's going on in the phone. So that's just reflecting that there was some, behind the scenes stuff happening in her phone. It's not saying that someone was actively using it.
Hold on for me just real quick. Right here at the bottom of page 13, we have a reference to step data on Alex's phone.
That's correct.
And what are those time periods?
8:05:35 to 8:09:52. It's showing 54 steps traveled.
All right. We'll turn into page 20. What suddenly happens to Alex's phone around 9:02?
Pretty much wakes up.
And what data point is reflected?
From 9:02:18 p.m. to 9:06:47, it shows 283 steps traveled.
And how long? How many minutes, roughly?
5 minutes. 5-6 minutes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 521 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
This is going to be a PACE spreadsheet for Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh that I created.
All right. Your Honor, this time I would offer States 521 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it.
Can I have the Elmo, please?
Putin killed the Elmo this morning.
All right, tell the jury real quick as we look at this exhibit just admitted, just generally we have at the top, tell them quickly what this is and what these columns represent. Explain this chart if you would.
First column entry, that's just going to be from all the various entries from the phone data. We have a start time, we have a end time, we have the time elapsed in between the estimated amount of steps, and then we have a steps per minute calculation, which is going to be the far right.
And the steps, those are the data entries in this timeline that you've been testifying to as reflected from the phone data?
That is correct.
And then the last column is just a simple calculation of steps based on the time periods of those readings.
That is correct.
And the last step readings that we have on Paul's phone are from what time to what time?
The last step reading from Paul's phone is 8:32 to 8:42.
We have one for Maggie as well, is that correct?
We do. Her last time frame is going to be 8:53 to 8:55.
And then down at the bottom, who do we have?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's pace spreadsheet.
I believe it'll be Jim doing the cross on this one. We'll check.
Let's talk about this a little bit. If you would, start with entry 21. And what time periods is that? This is Alex's phone, correct?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Right, time period?
6:52 to 7:02.
How many steps?
Approximately 283.
And how many steps per minute based on a simple math calculation?
Estimated 29.34.
All right. 22, time period, steps, and steps per minute.
7:03 to 7:11. Approximately 165 steps, estimated 19.20 steps per minute.
24.
24 is going to be 7:28 to 7:37, approximately 47 steps, and estimated 5.46 steps per minute.
25.
7:41 to 7:48, we're showing approximately 29 steps, 3.97 steps per minute.
26.
26 is showing 7:55 to 8:05, 270 steps, approximately 28.2 steps per minute.
28.
28 is going to be the 8:05 to 8:09. It's showing approximately 74 steps. That's 17.28 steps per minute.
And as you testified, that was the last entry on Alex's phone before we get to the 9 o'clock hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what time was the video again?
8:44 p.m.
Let's talk about 27. What's the time period there?
Time period's going to be 9:02 to 9:06.
How many steps?
283 steps, 70.75 steps per minute estimated.
He was a busy guy right then, wasn't he?
It appears.
Sustained.
What was the average steps per minute from 9:02 to 9:06?
70.75.
And was that far in excess of any ratings on his phone in those prior entries?
According to this table, yes.
Could I have the computer back again, please?
Alex was a big guy. I'm not sure if he was running. It sounds like he was walking fast. They had a golf cart to get around, so he didn't really run anywhere.
We have a map here on Paul's phone. Tell me very quickly what that represents.
We do. This is going to be based off of Verizon records for Paul Murdaugh, and it's showing 9:03:22 and 9:03:30, just showing what cell towers it was pinging off of.
Again, is his phone still locked during this time?
That is correct. Paul and Maggie's phones are still locked this time.
Bottom of page 20, we got a pink box. What does that reflect?
That's from the FBI telemetry data, just showing a system startup with the telemetry system.
On which vehicle?
Alex Murdaugh's 2021 Suburban.
This timeline really doesn't give much space for a nap. It would have to be a very brief
Is there a
power
CDR
nap.
reference to Mary Ann Dempsey attempting to call Paul?
There is.
Mary Ann Dempsey again is who?
Rogan Gibson's girlfriend at the time.
We have two entries after that. Can you explain those entries to the jury and tell the jury what those are, please?
Yep. So at 9:03:52 to 9:04:23, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight is on. At 9:04:23, Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds in his CDRs. This does not show on that Dylan Hightower first extraction or the second extraction. And it also shows missed on Maggie's phone extraction.
That one's missing from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct. In the call log, it is missing.
At 9:05:15, is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh calls Randolph Murdaugh, 18 seconds. Does not show on Dylan Hightower extraction or the second extraction, just on the CDRs.
We have a pinkish box. What does that represent?
Pinkish box can represent that system startup for the telemetry data for the 21 Suburban.
At 9:06:12, what happens?
Between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, Maggie Murdaugh's phone implements orientation change from portrait to orientation sideways.
That starts at 9:06:12?
Yes, and it goes to 9:06:20.
The orientation starts to change. What happens 2 seconds after that orientation starts to change?
At 9:06:14, so that's 2 seconds afterwards, the phone receives an incoming call from Alex.
Was that call on the call log when Dylan Hightower downloaded the defendant's phone?
It was not.
Night of 6:14 and 9:06:15. Are those referencing that missed call that showed up on Maggie's phone?
That is correct.
And 9:06:20, we're still seeing an orientation change?
Yep, that's when the orientation ended.
Moving down to the bottom of page 21, we have a bluish and a green box. Tell the jury what that is.
So, according to the FBI telemetry data, the blue is going to indicate a shift in the transmission, and then green is going to show driving.
The Suburban's underway?
That is correct, according to the telemetry data.
At the bottom of page 21, is there another call from Alex Murdaugh's phone to Maggie's phone?
There is. At 9:06:52, Alex calls Maggie. It shows 7 seconds long, and that's based off his CDRs since it was deleted off the call history.
It wasn't on Alex's extraction, correct?
It was not.
2 missed calls?
2 missed calls.
Moving to page 22, at the top, what, if anything, does Alex Murdaugh's phone show in relation to the Suburban?
So it's just showing that the device connected to the car. When you get in your car, your phone will pair. It's just showing a device connection to iPhone.
And then the next entry, there's a time range there. Explain that time range to the jury and what that means.
So starting at 9:07 and going till 9:44.
9 what?
Sorry, 9:31:44. Her backlight is off.
The backlight is off. Mm-hmm. That entire time period.
That entire time period. It was on, but now for this time period from 9:07 to 9:31, it's going to show off.
Going to this map, is that some of the cast data that you did that you've testified to the jury?
It is. This is a previous slide that we had up. It's showing at 9:07:06. The Suburban is leaving 4147 Moselle Road.
2 calls to Maggie. Does the Suburban just take a quick right and go down this road right there to the kennels, or does it just continue straight on?
It just continues straight on.
Doesn't stop by the kennels for a second, does it? Does it stop by the kennels?
His vehicle does not stop by the kennels.
Keeps right on going.
Keeps right on going to Moselle Road, makes a right.
Going down to the bottom of page 22.
This is just another data point. It's showing the approximate location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was located. And at 9:08:36, it's showing 42 miles an hour on Moselle Road. And in reference, we're coming up to Godley Farm Road on Moselle Road. This is at 9:08:36.
And then we have, below that, we have a reference to a data point that you previously showed to the jury at 9:08:42.
Yep, it's going to be on the next page.
All right.
It's going to be at 9:08:42. And it's showing approximate miles per hour 45 in reference to where the phone was found the next day.
And what's the speed on the defendant's vehicle at that point?
45 miles an hour.
And is Maggie's backlight off during this time period, this entire time period?
Her phone is locked, yes. And the backlight is off.
At 9:08:58, what do we see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Going to check on M, be right back." This shows unread in Maggie's phone.
Moving on, does Alex's phone reflect a series of calls being made?
It does.
Tell me about the first one.
First one's gonna be at 9:10:47. Alex calls Buster. It shows 60 seconds long. That's based off of CDR since it's not in his phone extractions.
And that's again also missing from that entire series of events around
I'd like
the
to
time
hear from
of the murder.
Buster
It's not on Alex's
what
extraction.
they talked about
when it
that
was
night.
Downloaded.
That is correct. It's not in the call log.
I'll move on. Your Honor.
Been asked and answered.
Down at 9:12:14, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
Alex Murdaugh calls Chris Wilson. It shows 42 seconds long. That's based off his CDRs because it's not in any of his phone extractions or call log.
Includes connection time as well.
It does.
Moving on to page 24, we have a map. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
This is going to be an Alex Murdaugh location map from Verizon. It's going to show at 9:12:14 what tower and what sector it's pinging off of, and then at 9:18:46 what tower it's pinging off of. The red dot's going to be Moselle. Green one is going to be the Alameda property.
Moving on to the next map, is that similar information of the defendant's trip from Moselle to Alameda?
It's similar. It's just going to show you the coverage areas for each tower.
Christy, what do you want to know? What was the question?
And then on page 26, what does this map reflect?
This is going to be Verizon records for CB Row. Far right, the little red dot, that's going to be Moselle. Blue dot is going to be CB Row's home in Brunson. This is just showing the cell tower data at the time frame of 9:14, 9:20, and 9:21.
And?
In 11:37 p.m. This is close to Fairfax, just for reference.
He's pinging in the arc near his home over here in Fairfax, is that right?
That is correct. The home's
Where's
gonna be
Moselle?
Moselle's going to be that red dot to the right.
At 9:18:46, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
At 9:18:46, Alex Murdaugh calls John Marvin Murdaugh. It shows 106 seconds, and that's from his CDR since it's not on either phone extraction call log.
We've heard in testimony from this Verizon guy that they believe it was deleted from the phone, like many have deleted. From the 4th through after the murders was deleted. Basically just swipe,
right.
delete everything.
We're on page 26 now. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
There's also going to be Verizon records from Alex Murdaugh's phone plotted. It's showing starting at 6:20:34 all the way to 9:46:35. It's showing from the cell tower in the sector of Alameda.
You said 6:24 or 9:20?
I'm sorry, 9:20:34.
So roughly 20-minute period at Alameda?
Roughly 20 minutes, correct.
No, he didn't go to Rose's house. That was Rose's phone.
Moving over to page 27, what is this map?
This is just going to be a zoomed-in picture from the previous one, just showing the same time frame, just showing a little bit more zoomed in from the cell tower in proximity to Alameda.
At 9:20:34, what if anything happens on the defendant's phone?
At this time, Chris Wilson calls Alex at 9:20:34. It shows for 131 seconds, and we got this data from his CDR since it does not show on either one of his extractions. And during that time, Claude CB Rowe at 9:21:36 calls, but Alex does not answer it.
And again, his phone was pinging back at his house in Fairfax at that time period, correct?
That is correct.
We see the blue and green box. Tell the jury what's happening with Alex's Suburban at this point.
So at 21:22, which that's military time, it's going to be 9:22. Green is going to show vehicle movement, and blue is going to show transmission shifting.
And is that consistent with the OnStar data at 9:22:49 of him arriving in Alameda?
It is.
And on page 28, is that data point that you just referenced?
That is correct, 9:22:39.
Starting about 9:22, does Alex's phone reflect any step activity?
It does, 9:22:39 to 9:32:14. We're showing approximately 195 steps taken on his phone.
At 9:24:13, what, if anything, does the defendant phones reflect?
He calls Libby Murdaugh, which would be his mom, shows 20 seconds long. That's from his CDRs because it's not on either phone extraction.
You guys are going to hate me for bringing this up.
The landline at Alameda?
Somebody get this witness a tissue.
After that, is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:26:06 p.m.
And then at 9:31:44, is that the first backlight activity on Maggie's phone since that time period you testified earlier about 9:07?
That is correct.
At 9:34, around that same time, is there any communication on Maggie's phone around the time of that backlight activity?
There is at 9:34:14. Rogan Gibson sends an iMessage to Maggie Murdaugh saying, tell Paul to call me. And that shows unread.
Never read?
Never read.
Do we also have backlight activity associated with a missed call to Maggie's phone?
We do at 9:34:20.
Up here at 9:34 to 9:36:20, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight. Is that backlight off?
That's going to be backlight off.
Just the off is missing from the words?
That is correct.
9:35 to 9:45, 10-minute period. Is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It's showing approximately 60 steps taken on his phone during that time frame. And also, as you see on the right-hand side, Paul and Maggie's phones are locked. It's referenced with the lines and the color coordination on the right-hand side.
And those lines have been continuing through the past few pages?
They've been continuing, correct.
We have some orange and purple boxes. Quickly tell the jury what those are.
So the orange color is going to be that system startup from previous testimony from Falkowski. And then the pink is going to be engine running propulsion.
All right. And is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:42:17. There's a missed call. And then we have Alex's Suburban showing a device connection at 9:42:49, which is consistent with the data.
All right.
Telemetry.
Suburban's leaving Alameda around this time?
That is correct, 9:43:18. We show it starting at 2 miles an hour.
Let's see if there are steps on that driveway point.
We have some additional telemetry consistent with him leaving?
We do.
Is there any activity on Maggie's phone at this point?
So at 9:44:04 to 9:45:04, it shows that her backlight was off.
And is there a missed call associated with that backlight activity or around the same time?
Yes. Maggie Murdaugh received a call from, it's going to show as PA in the phone extraction, which is it's Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
So he deleted it that night, just before the police downloaded his phone.
Going down to 94635, what, if any, activity do you see?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh called Paul Murdaugh. It shows 18 seconds long. That's with the connection time. And that is based off of Alex's CDRs. It does not show in either extractions.
94723, what do we see, if anything?
Alex sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Call me, babe," and that shows unread in Maggie Murdaugh's extraction.
And do we see some backlight activity around the time of that text message, that unread text message?
We do, a couple seconds.
Do we have a map here? Just generally, what does this reflect?
We do. This is going to reflect the coverage area of the cell tower between Moselle and Alameda.
And this is whose phone?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his Verizon records, not location data for phone.
Moving towards the direction of Moselle?
That is correct.
Additional maps consistent with that as testified to by Matt Wild?
That is correct, just showing coverage area.
At 9:52:15, what if any activity is on Alex's phone?
So at 9:52:15, Alex Murdaugh sends an iMessage to Chris Wilson saying, "Call me if up."
Just around the time where he's running 80 miles an hour?
That's correct. 9:51:43 is when we have the 80.16 mile per hour.
All right, moving over to the next page, is there any further activity?
Alex ends up receiving a call from Chris Wilson at 9:52:59. Shows 42 seconds long with connection. That is also not on either extraction. And at 9:53:55, he receives another call from Chris Wilson. Shows 123 seconds. And that is on his CDRs, but not on either phone extraction.
And then from at about 9:56:57, what if any activity do you see on Alex's phone?
So from 9:56:57 to 10:06:57, it shows that Alex Murdaugh traveled approximately 231 steps traveled during that time.
Starting at what time?
9:56:57 to 10:06:57.
Remind the jury what time the 911 call was.
It was 10:06:14.
Nicole, I believe all his calls and were deleted
and 9:58,
from
what
June,
activities
from the
reflect on
4th
Paul?
to the 7th.
So Rogan Gibson calls Paul Murdaugh, shows 4 seconds.
Not just the ones in his car.
And that's based off of CDRs. And then at 9:58:35, Rogan sends a text message to Paul stating, "Yo."
And that hits Paul's phone?
That is correct. And
Is it overread?
It shows unread from his phone extraction.
Guys, Paul's phone's about to die, and I'm not sure if I can take that.
We have a bunch of green and blue boxes. Is this more telemetry data from the Suburban?
This is, the green's going to represent drives, and blue is going to represent some kind of gear shifting with the vehicle.
But the GM OnStar data reflects what, about 10 on the dot?
It reflects him pulling into the driveway at 4147 Moselle Road, the main entrance.
And where did the Suburban go first?
The Suburban went directly to the house, bottom left.
It didn't go to the kennels first, it went to the house first?
That is correct.
And what time does it arrive at the house? Or what time right there in that map? That's what, the map at the top?
That's what the time that it pulls into the driveway.
And he said he went straight to the kennels. Is that what they're emphasizing that?
I'm sorry. Give me 1 second.
Alex doesn't look very happy about this.
At 10:03:36 p.m., there's two entries around that time. Can you tell the jury what any activity you see as it relates to Maggie's phone?
So Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh's phone at 10:03:58, and backlight is on associated with that.
And then starting about 10:04:08, what don't we see for time period?
So from 10:04:08 to 10:46:40, there is a gap in activity. I don't see any activity on Maggie's phone at all. Through the
Well, I'm
knowledge
taking your word
database.
for it. You obviously know more about that than I do. I'm not the expert here.
10:05:06,
You've got the
what, if
software.
anything, does the data reflect?
I'll have to
It
learn,
reflects
look
Alex's
at that
Suburban
again
leaving the
and
main
see,
house based
why
on
I
GM
misunderstood
data.
that. Thank you for the clarification.
Going over to page 35. Is this one of your cast maps?
Yes, it is. It's 10:05:06, and it's showing the time the Suburban starts to leave down to the kennels.
And going to the next map, what time is that?
Next map's going to be 10:05:57. That's the arrival time at the kennels.
According to that GPS location data.
Yes, sir, from GM and OnStar.
What's that time again?
It's going to be 10:05:57.
Down at the bottom of the page, what time is the 911 call?
10:06:14.
How many seconds is that from the time the Suburban arrives at the kennels and he calls 911?
Roughly 20 seconds.
I got 18, 19.
20 seconds.
That's correct.
And in that time, he checked the pulses.
Do you recall the defendant's statements to law enforcement shortly after the crime? That he went over and checked the bodies and that sort of thing?
I do.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
Sinks a little off.
The Suburban arrived at the kennels. How long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
I'm not reading body language here, but what do you guys think right
Another
now?
call from Rogan to Paul that never be answered?
That is correct. 10:08:27, never answered.
I won't read anything into it, but Alex Murdaugh looks differently right now than he's looked at other points during the trial.
10:11:54, what happens?
This is when Alex Murdaugh was on the 911 call, stated he was going to go get a gun. This was at 10:11:54. This is when the Suburban is showing leaving the kennels.
And down at the bottom of page 36,
Thanks,
we
Madam
see another
Marie.
map. What does that reflect?
That's going to be 10:13:54. And on the next page, it's going to show the map. That's when his Suburban left the main house going back to the kennels.
And what time does the location data reflect that the Suburban arrived back at the kennels?
10:14:30 is when it's going to reflect driving back to the kennels. Or approximately. This is when he's coming into the view of the kennels.
And then what time does the 911 call end?
So the 911 call is going to end at 10:17. And then the step data is what the 10:16:37 p.m. is referring to. That's going to be when his step data ended. I believe it was 594 steps taken.
After the 911 call, does the defendant's phone reflect any activity?
It does. It shows him calling Randy Murdaugh. Shows 16 seconds long with the connectivity time. And that's based off his CDRs. It was not found on either extraction. And then also we have a 10:18 where he's sending a text message to Randy saying, please call me emergency.
Is there step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
There is 10:18:53 to 10:28:05. We're showing approximately 525 steps taken during that time frame.
And does Paul's backlight come on again at 10:18?
It does 10/18/08 to 10/18/20. We're showing backlight.
Was that after the 911 call had ended?
No. I'm sorry, yes. Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. So 10/17 is when the 911 call ended, and this would have been at 10/18/08. So this would have been right after.
And the last text that hit Paul's phone was from whom?
Rogan Gibson.
And what does Alex do immediately after that?
I believe it said yo.
Paul's phone still hitting, of course, that the kennel location?
That is correct. This is going to be off of his iPhone location data.
And where was Paul's phone found again, according to your knowledge of the investigation?
It was found on Paul's rear end, facing up.
Top of page 39, we have a map. What does that reflect?
This is going to reflect Verizon records for Alex Murdaugh, starting at 10/19 all the way to 11/18, and it's just showing the sector it was pinging off of, and that's in the area of Moselle Road.
All right, and we have a range of times there from the 10-ish hour to the 11-ish hour p.m. with Alex phone being there.
That is correct.
Does Alex's phone reflect a couple of calls that were not on his extraction but in the CDRs?
It does.
To what people?
It's going to be to Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin, and then Rogan Gibson, and then Christie.
At 10/20/08, what, if any, activity does Paul's phone reflect?
So Paul's phone shows a display on screen auto lock. It's been locked, it's just documenting a auto lock.
Display on auto lock?
Mm-hmm.
And that auto lock can be consistent with what, according to your understanding?
According to my understanding is that auto lock could be, it doesn't recognize like a face, so it automatically locks, or it could be just hitting like on the iPhone, the power button on the side.
And what was the last text that hit Paul's phone again? Who was it from?
Rogan Gibson.
And what does the defendant do just seconds later?
Calls Rogan Gibson.
Was that on the Dillon Hightower extraction?
It was not on the Dillon Hightower extraction or the second one.
You mentioned before that there was a group text about Mr. Randolph's health. And when did the defendant finally read that text?
The following day, so that'd be June 8th, 2021.
At 10/22/09, was there a text that the defendant read?
There was 10/22/09. He received a group text message from Michael Gunn and a few people saying she brought the heat from Miami boys, and it was read the same night at 10:38:42 p.m. An associated picture is below.
The 10:24 and the 10:25 hours, what, if anything, does the defendant's phone reflect?
Alex tries to call Rogan, and then he sends an iMessage stating, "Call me." And then he attempts to do a FaceTime, and this is going to be the first log that we see on his phone records is going to be this FaceTime call with Rogan on his extraction for the day of June 7th, 2021.
Multiple attempts to contact Rogan, huh?
That's correct.
MCAT, thank you for the gifted membership. Tara P, congratulations.
Approximately 10:25 is when the first deputy arrived on scene.
10:25?
That is correct.
We see step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
We do. So we had a group of step activity end at 10:28:54, and then we had a new group start at 10:28:54 that goes to 10:37:27. It's showing 320 steps traveled approximately.
And does the defendant's phone reflect any phone activity after that?
It reflects at 10:29:17 a call to Randy that shows answered 42 seconds long. That's also not on the extraction. And then a FaceTime with Rogan at 10:30:31 that does show on the extraction.
That was attempted FaceTime?
That's correct. I believe in previous testimony, Rogan said he was asleep during the time.
Moving on to page 41.
This is going to be a Paul Murdaugh Verizon records. This is just going to show the the tower and then just the location, and you can see Moselle Road within it. This is a 10:34 time period.
The way Alex talking to Jim, I think Jim's going to be the one on the cross here.
Is there a display on activity on Paul's phone, but also a phone call from Nolan Tootin around that time?
That is correct. Correct. Around 10:34, it's showing display on, and then a Nolan Tootin phone call.
And then finally, what time does Paul's phone finally die?
Paul's phone finally dies at 10:24 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Almost 2 hours after the kennel video?
That is correct.
Jim can do a great job on cross. We've seen some great cross from him, so we'll see if he brings it this morning or this afternoon, really. So it's almost lunchtime.
And Maggie's phone stays locked until when?
The following day, June 8th, around 1:10 p.m. when the investigators find it.
When the investigators find it.
That is correct.
That was it. Are we done? Yeah, cross is probably going to be after lunch. That's my guess. There would have to be proof that something happened. Just they called someone isn't a crime. It would be interesting if Buster comes up on the stand and he is asked what they talked about. What was that call? Ooh, evidence just got numbered for exhibit. And now he's going to show it to the defense. So a new exhibit coming in. Get ready. Wait for it.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. We're almost done, and everybody's hungry. I'll show you what's been marked as 523 to this trial. States 523. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And tell the jury just where that's from, please.
This is going to be a text message I retrieved from one of the Cellbrite extraction reports. It's going to be from Paul to Alex.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 523 into evidence.
Your Honor, we would renew the previous objections, have no additional objections. Or 403.
I see the exhibit.
Creighton's navigating the maze back up to the judge's bench here. I think he's there now. Just kidding, he's there. Judge is looking at the exhibit, wants to see if this is going to be allowed in under the previous objection or not. We don't know what this is yet. There's very little foundation. Admitted over objection. Here we go. Let's see it.
I'm going to show 523. And this is a text from which person to which person?
So this is going to be from Paul Murdaugh, and it's going to be it says voicemail. That's going to refer to Alex. This is obtained from his phone. It's going to be the owner. So that's going to be Paul to Alex.
And what's the date?
The date is going to be May 6, 2021 at 10:52:13 a.m.
And what does it say?
It says, I am still in EB because when you get here, we need to talk. Mom found several bags of pills in your computer bag. And this is again from Paul to Alex on May 6.
What was the date on that one?
States 553. See if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay.
Here's another one that's going to be admitted over objection.
I do.
Tell me what that is.
This is going to be some searched items that I obtained from Maggie Murdaugh's extraction report.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer States 553, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Admit it.
And tell the jury what this exhibit is, please.
So this is going to be Google searches. Far left, you're going to have a timestamp. The source, which is going to be Safari, that's for Apple. And then the value is going to be the searched item. And on May 26, 2021 at 11:21 p.m., Maggie searched green gel pill P30. She also searched 11:20 p.m. a green gel pill P30, white pill 30 on one side RP, and if you look to the right, you're going to see a column that says deleted. That one is showing yes has been deleted, and then if we go down to row number 4, it's going to be May 6, 2021 from Safari.
Somebody search
white
this real
pill
quick.
30
White pill 30 on one side RP,
and that's also shown
what does that
deleted.
pull up? I mean, I could do it as well. White. I do have the interweb. White pill 30 on one side RP. It's like this search is trending right now. Oxycodone. Little oxy. 30 milligrams ibuprofen, a round pill. R over P, everyone's
Could you slide it down just a little bit? I just want to make sure there's not another entry. Okay.
I wonder how big these bags of pills were. And it was like there's no room for the computer because there's 5 pounds of pills in there, or there's 3 pills in a little baggie. It makes a difference.
Show you what's been marked as States 556 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
I recant my accusations of him lying. No,
I do.
And tell just generally what is this?
This is going to be a text message thread between Alex Murdaugh and Russell Lafitte.
And at the time, where did Russell Lafitte work again, to your understanding?
Palmetto State Bank.
And Your Honor, this time I would offer States 556, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections beyond the 403 and 404 objections previously ruled upon.
See the exhibit.
Getting lots of new exhibits here. Why did they spend so much time on financial if they're going to push that as the motive, though? This might be an aggravating factor. Richard, I got oxycodone hydrochloride. Is what my search found. Ginger says, I think he was dealing drugs. There went Elmo. What happened?
Right. I'm going to put States 556 up on the screen. And again, tell the people on this text and the time and what it says.
So this is going to be a text from voicemail, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone, to Russell Lafitte. It was sent on June 3rd, 2021 at 3:22 p.m. This is from Alex stating, I need to extend farm credit line another $600,000. My dad will sign also if needed. How much turnaround will that take? And again, that's from Alex to Russell Lafitte on June 3rd, 2021.
Show you two final exhibits, states 554 and 555.
We just heard 9 gunshots outside.
recognize those?
In rapid succession.
I do.
Let me
Where
just
were
step
those
away
found?
just for a minute.
These are found from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction.
Your Honor, at this time I do offer 554 and 555 into evidence, I believe without objection. No objection.
They're admitted.
States 554, who is that?
This will be Maggie Murdaugh and her sister.
States 555, who is that?
This is going to be Buster Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh.
Thank you, Special Agent. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch now. For an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay. Yeah. Somebody just shot like 9 times. Pop, 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 pop. I think I heard 8. It might even be picked up. You might have heard it in the background. It sounded like a knocking. Only it wasn't all even spaced like that. So, I'm in the country. It's common, but no, we don't. I'm not that far into the country. So we
testimony during lunch.
We're ready for cross after lunch.
And we'll be in
What do you guys
recess.
think of the timeline? All rise. I choked on the all rise there. What do you guys think of the timeline? I think it was deep with the drug ring. Does that? But S-Web, does that mean it's more likely that it was like a hit against him because he owed money, or less likely? Who was the girl in the pic who brought the heat? What? I don't know. Ending with family photos is never an indication of a strong case, pulling at the heartstrings, but so little substance. Yeah, everyone's okay here right now, so no problems. Okay. Do you think he flushed his pills? I wonder how big the bags of pills were. I mean, if this is like just distribution quantity, okay, like a big bag of pills. Maybe if I go this way, you can see me a little better, huh? If it was like a big bag of pills that just barely fit in the computer bag, that's a lot of money. That's a ton of money. I mean, maybe not to Alex Murdaugh, but it's a ton to the rest of us. The timeline was good. I'm not searching it. I have a CIA agent living in my home. It's up on my screen. I've got the pill right here on my screen. Actually, there we go. There are the pills. Can I use the boat tonight? And where's that bag? Ask Buster. Tone and bars. Yeah. No, there won't be tone and bars right now. We're good on lunchtime. It broadcasts through lunch. You made pistol bark when you knocked. Sorry about that. Yeah, good time. Now state showing me proof. A lot of information that goes against his alibi, his sworn statement of alibi, which I think we're going to hear in the defense at some point. I think he was selling. Pills were found. He needed to extend credit to farm because he lost his stock. It gave some info to be put into Discord to be pulled apart. Not sure if they got it on my Discord. If they got it, my Discord will not work. Okay. Flushing the pills could explain the rage. Yeah, and just with a family member who does work in water treatment, okay, the toilet is not anything that goes down the toilet is good to dump down there. Some chemicals, some drugs, things are not best to be thrown down the toilet, and large quantities of those drugs are probably also not good. Might be addicted to the rush of being a dealer. why Cousin Eddie? How does Cousin Eddie fit into this? Giving him $500,000. Was he a runner? Was Cousin Eddie a runner, running money to the drug groups? Listening while typing. Okay. Did I miss anything when I ran out to the outside to hear if there are any sirens or anything? Vote now. Now we're gonna vote when the state rests, which should be today. So don't miss it. Right. It sounds like more on pills. I'm on septic. Does that matter? It just means they'll find it, and they'll pump your septic. They'll find it. Rikida's crew is saying the state doesn't have it for the murder charge. Well, that's what we're going to hear when the state rests. They're going to move for a directed verdict, basically asking the judge, hey, the state didn't prove it. Why don't you declare that he's not guilty because they didn't meet the elements of the charge? I don't think the judge is going to do that. I think he's going to say there's been sufficient evidence that a reasonable mind could conclude that there was, and he's going to say it needs to go to the jury. But we're going to hear that today, and so expect that when the state rests, the first thing that defense will do is move for that directed verdict. Seems like Alex had a double life. Okay, so yes, double life, 100% agree. I think the searches, the fact that his wife was looking it up, that Paul maybe found them or things like that, that shows that he had stuff he was hiding from his family. But it doesn't say that. It doesn't mean that he killed them. As a matter of fact, if he was heavily involved in the drug, I'm talking about the dealing side of drugs, buying drugs, large quantities, things like that. That would give more credence, in my mind, to the idea that there could have been somebody else involved. It would be reasonable to suspect that someone else was involved in the shooting. We are all okay, Lady Writer. We're good. Everybody's fine. Mrs. R.A. is at the store. His police interview from rehab, when asked when he came up with a plan to die, he said, when you need drugs, you'll do anything. Apply this to murders. Maggie and Paul were sources of income. Not directly, though. I think they were more sources of problems financially for him at that point. Let's see. Thank you, Sharon, for the lesson on Flushing. I appreciate that. 50,000 is a lot of pills. He was also dealing. I barely caught one of the family photos. It was like the three of them together, right? And it's Alex. It's a little bit heavier set than he is right now in court. The jail diet is treating him well. Alex also had another phone. Where is that? Where's that data? The state should rest sometime with this decade, century. This decade. It's going to be today. I think it's going to be right after lunch. I don't think we have another witness after this. Why would they have more data to be presented to the jury after we've just spelled out the timeline of here's all the pieces put together? They just built the puzzle and handed it to the jury. There are gaps. There are definitely gaps in the puzzle, but is it sufficient to see with the overall picture? And does it place Alex at the scene committing the murders? See, Law and Copyright yesterday said 71% of the participants voted guilty on their poll. We'll see how ours is after this. Our poll's going to be basically, has the state proven it? But I want to wait till they rest for that. No judge has granted that to my knowledge. Yeah, it would have to be a pretty weak case. If there's any evidence whatsoever that stands up through the scrutiny of presenting it in court, I think the judge will let it go to the jury. Will the defense also bring up concerns about the jury? S-Web, I was so surprised they didn't. I'm surprised they didn't jump on that and say, hey, we moved for a mistrial, because the jury is clearly communicating. Because here's what, I'll have to go back and listen to this, but it sounds like the very end of that little bit where the judge talks about the jury's note that he's received, and just for the record, he's telling him everything. The very end, as he's sort of reading the note and expressing that concern and summing it up, they said, do we have to use this new one, or can we keep our old one? And if they have an old one, that means that at some point they elected themselves a foreman on their own, of their own volition. They just decided, hey, since we're on the jury, we should probably have a foreman, and they chose one. That means that they've been talking. All the admonitions the judge has given them is to not discuss this case, not to discuss it. And if they're discussing it, saying, "Hey, we need a jury," as a defendant, I'm concerned that they've already made up their mind, that there's already somebody who's who's taking charge here, and maybe even steering the other jurors who aren't as experienced or don't understand the evidence as much. I would be concerned that way. So I would say move for a mistrial and at least explore it and maybe question the jurors as to what's happened. Coyote says, I've been watching your channels and others like it. I have never seen or even heard news of a directed verdict. Right. It's just a formality. It's like a Hail Mary is what it is. Think football terms, right? It's eyes closed, just chucking the football as hard as you can towards the end zone and hoping your guy catches it. That's basically what they're doing in court. Nicole says, this was the first time the state did a good job tying things up. However, Owens was convincing until cross. Right. Did I hear correctly? Nicole, I'm not sure if you heard this. Did Owens' mom pass away like 2 days before he testified? I saw somebody mention that. I haven't been able to find an article that says anything about that. But I would definitely take that in consideration in my judgment of his performance. If he's like deep in grieving, if he's mourning right now, and just his not there mentally. That it's grounds for appeal. It could also be as simple as each asking each other, do we want our four-person chosen? But none of that is facts about the case. Yeah, it doesn't say that they've broken the rules. Let's see, what did, a lot of people are tagging me here and I'm falling behind. It is a wrap-up witness, of course, sure, definitely. Could it be possible that Alec was ordered to prove his loyalty to the gang by offering Paul and Maggie? Just wrong place, wrong time. That doesn't seem as probable to me. Amber says, all those slides are on Discord in the Alex Murdaugh Docs channel. For those who didn't get enough on the first time through, we can now look at it. I still have giant oxy on my screen. What are you saying, Thomas? I'm anxious for Cross to see if defense did anything shady with this witness like Owens. Yes, Nicole, and I believe it will be Jim who did a great job before with Owens, right? It was Jim that questioned Owens, and he can bring it. And if there is a hole, if there's some mistake, if there's stuff that probably what the case is, probably the timelines overlap and have inconsistencies, and those are what's going to be brought out. And so like, hey, you glossed over this fact, but does that sort of not jive with what you told us? As long as they aren't discussing the facts of the case, there can be no mistrial. Yeah, but if they're discussing it, mistrial. I would move for it and ask the judge to investigate. Hopefully you're enjoying your coffee in your own Recovery Addict mug. I haven't had a drink since this morning. I've been riveted to this case. Mrs. R.A. is picking me up some more water, but she said something about not getting pickles today. And so I might be severely disappointed when she returns from the store. Okay, timelines are on Discord. Yes, go check out the Discord if you want to see more of these docs. Those were good docs. I love them. Denying a motion for directed verdict is judicial discretion, which is appealable, but not if you don't ask. Right. So if it basically failing to ask for it means they can't appeal that. I think that's what you're saying. No idea if Owen's mom died, but that wouldn't explain why he lied to the grand jury when she was still alive. Good point, Nicole. Very good point. Touche. I still don't like the judge choosing the foreman. Just me. That's not grounds for appeal thing. But just the fact that the judge went out and said, I'd like you to be the foreman. I think the judge has his little world, right? And he rules in that courtroom. He really does. But the jury and what they do is in the jury room. And that's where the foreman's in charge. And for him to choose the foreman it just blurs the line a little bit, where the judge says, I have control over the jury type thing. I like that separation where the judge determines what facts can come into the case or what evidence can come into the case, and the jury tries the facts. It isn't a problem. It's just weird to me. Will they ask for mistrial at directed verdict? Not because of the declined directed verdict. That would be an appeal thing. But I imagine at that time, if they're listening, Harpootlian, if you're listening, that now would be a time to ask for a mistrial. It's a little late, but you might want to get it on the record. Pickle withdrawal tonight at 9 p.m. Crispy Toast says, I got some of those pickles. Good taste, not super spicy. They are great. If you eat the whole jar, it can get spicy, especially if you accidentally eat one of those peppers. Those will light you up. What is your podcast going to be about? It's going to be sort of current events, a little bit of true crime, a lot of discussion, some humor. It's going to be awesome. I repeat, because several laughed. Alec was known as Big Red before the murders. Now he should be known as Big Red Herring. CG, that was great. See, why did he choose that person? Ed, I think the judge did not randomly select that juror to do that. So this is the only juror that has an assigned seat now. The rest can sit wherever they want, but this juror has to sit in juror position number 1. We do know that the way this court works, the alternates know they're alternates right now, and they don't become on the jury until one of the active juror members has to be dismissed. So we know who the deliberators are, and those we could lose with some of them, and then an alternate would fill in the place. So it's not like he's chosen a foreman, and then as soon as they go to deliberate, they draw the names out of the hat, and oops, the foreman isn't in the jury to deliberate. It's not going to happen like that. But I think he chose that juror because they probably are paying attention and have been interested in and very, observant. I think that's probably why. Let's see. Creamsicle orange coffee mugs. I like creamsicles. From Michael Gunn, group text. She brought the heat from Miami, boys. Okay, so who brought the heat? That's what you're asking about. Harbin Law. That could have been referencing a case that everyone's familiar with. That could have been all sorts of things. That's basically coworkers. They could be commenting on on anything. I think that's work related. I don't think that is directly talking about the family. You think he picked the sleepy person to keep them awake? Reverse psychology there. I thought he would go with the most qualified or most observant. Too bad your podcast can't be over the 3-day weekend. We're all going to go through withdrawal and need something to help us through. You can listen to it over and over the 3-day weekend. There's no rules against that, but I don't think I could keep talking that long. Sounds like a drug supply, bringing the heat from Miami. You think the whole company's in on this? And they're throwing Alex under the bus? No, I don't think we've seen evidence that way. It was the photo of the girl in bathing suit on the bow of the boat, a picture of a lady. Oh, so it was like a reference to the woman. It's like basically a text version of a cat call. Is that what you're saying? I love this content. Thank you, Scardell. The group text the AM opened from Gunn was regarding a photo of a girl in a bathing suit on the bow of a boat. Nice. Do not approve. Recovery addict. I would say he picked a juror with absolutely no affiliation with Alex Murdaugh. During jury selection, some had indirect association with him. So that's a different angle. So he wants to protect the jury. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right, we have lunch. What is it? It's it's 1:26 right now. We're coming back at 2:15, which means we'll start at 2:00 straight up. That gives you a little over a half hour to eat lunch. And I'm just glad I don't use my phone as much as these people seem to. Man, they will tell everything you do between that and your car. I mean, the luxuries we love in this life, talk about a first world problems. The luxuries we have are going to get all of us in trouble if we break any laws. Someone mentioned earlier on, how long before we just get fines to our phones for speeding because, hey, we caught you speeding. We know you did it. Here's the fine. And it just comes automatically out of your account. No police officer involved. Being an alternate must be weird in deliberation. I guess you're not allowed to say anything. Are you in the room? No. When they deliberate, they're not in the room. Sometimes we've seen in the last trial, the judge actually dismissed the alternates during deliberation. In other ones, they're sort of held in a different room just in case, but just depends. TW says, The Altos, Low Country Mafia on HBO, coming soon. I'm not going to watch that till after the trial's over, if I watch it at all. The trial might just fill my need for all of this. I would love to see where the runner, a.k.a. Nathan's phone, was pinging at the time of the murders. Goodman, Nicole, yes, please, may I? I would love to see that. This guy looks shady as I'll get out. He's got his fingers in all these different pies. He knows everybody. He's connected at all different points. He knew everything that was happening at the farm. He knew everything that was happening at the work. He's tied into law enforcement now. He knows about the who shows up in Alex's office when the money arrives. I want to know more about him. I'd be amazed if the state rests their case today. It just keeps dragging. No, they're going to rest after cross. So before we break today, they're going to rest, and we'll probably get. I think Harpootlian said we're going to get maybe 2 short witnesses. So maybe young children, maybe some midgets, some dwarves. 2 short witnesses from defense. I'm curious why Alex kept trying to get hold of Rogan and no attempts to get hold of Buster, who clearly might have been in danger. There was one call to Buster about a minute long, and that was while he was on the way to Alameda before he called 911, right? I think he also called Chris Wilson there, if I remember correctly. I would love to know what that call contained. But yes, I think he called Rogan because he saw that Rogan was in the middle of conversing. I just made a new word with Paul at the time of the murders. I think that's why he tried to reach Rogan to find out what did Rogan know, and what did he hear, what did he observe, what was going on. Gloria, 100% check mark this one. Grown men sending bikini girl photos is just pathetic. How do you go bankrupt? Speeding. Siri caught me. Is the ultimate cheerleader for all things RA. We should appreciate it for it. Samantha Terry's doing a good job. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Samantha. You have been wrenched. Let's see. He was connected to the corruption. Was his name Nathan? It was Tootin, right? The last name was Tootin. He seems to be like in all the wrong places, like connected to all the wrong people in this. It is lunchtime. We need to break. You guys need food. I need food. The judge being allowed to pick the foreman just sounds like more opportunity on appeal. I don't think so, but it's weird. But at the same time, this judge also doesn't have anyone stand for the jury. It's just his perspective of the jury is different than courtrooms I'm used to. I'm used to the jurors really being honored, sort of like the judge, all rise for the jury type thing. Here it's all rise for the judge. So it's I guess it goes right hand in hand with that other way. Granddaughter was on Oxy, climbed outside. Oh, no. Hey, Mrs. R.A.'s home. I've got to go help bring the groceries in. So we need to play some music. Here we go. There we go. All right, guys. It has been awesome being with you here today. Sorry, you were looking at the back of me the whole time. I forget. I don't look at what you guys see. I'm watching chat the whole time. Thank you. I'm going to get this oxycodone off my screen before Mrs. Aria walks in and wonders exactly what we've been searching. But it's still in my history for sure. You guys, thank you so much. We are going to come back right after lunch. We're going to start at 2 o'clock, so half an hour, 29 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. In the next 2 minutes, if you want to win the internet, don't leave. just keep clicking that F5 button on my page to watch for that new upcoming scheduled live stream. And the first person in chat with whatever it is, it can be the letter A, it can be a period, it can be an emoji. The first person in chat wins the internet. I'm not trying to make Myra lose. She's done a great job, Myra, by the way. I just want you guys to know this is how it works. Myra has figured it out. You're going to have to up your game if you want to compete with her. So thank you very much. For those of you who are not able to return for the afternoon session, you're missing out on the best part of the day. I apologize. But I warned you it was going to be good. Please, for those that are going to leave, tonight when you go home, hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which is going to be in at 2 o'clock. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? Hey, you got my phone back. Thank you. It's going to be 2 o'clock, and then tonight, 9 p.m., Weather Watch and I, Thomas and I, are going to do our first podcast. It'll be on this channel, so if you click the subscribe button, ring the bell, you will be notified when that happens as well. So thank you very much. Keep an eye out on the account page if you want to win the internet. It's going to happen soon. We'll see you.